Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It's wonderful to see you all again as we begin day 2 of Urban Future Week, hosted by the Museum of the Future in partnership with Dubai Municipality. Yesterday, we looked at how cities can grow stronger and more future-ready through innovation and governance and design that puts people first. Today, we turn the page to something new: digital cities, placemaking, and community futures. We'll explore how technology, data, and design can come together to create cities that not only work better, but feel better to live in. Dubai continues to inspire the world as a city that evolves with purpose, always placing its residents at the heart of its progress. So, as we begin the new day, let's carry forward the same curiosity, collaboration, and optimism that made yesterday so powerful. Together, let's imagine cities that are smarter, more inclusive, and deeply human. Welcome to day 2 of Urban Future Week. All right, to start off the second day, I would like to please kindly help us join me on stage welcoming His Excellency Khalfan Belhol, CEO of Dubai Future Foundation, to deliver the opening keynote address. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية سعيد جدا بوجودي معاكم في هذا الأسبوع المهم، أسبوع and if you're trying to hook up the mics, hang on, I'll switch to English soon, but I'm starting in Arabic. فأرحب بالجميع، أرحب بكم في متحفكم، متحف المستقبل. هذا الصرح اللي بالنسبة لنا وبتوجيهات القيادة ما كان فقط صرح للسواح وللزيارات وللتجارب وللتذاكر، لله الحمد يعني قصة نجاح كبيرة في هذا المعلم، ولكن كانت رسالة القيادة أيضاً أن يكون هذا المبنى هو المحط الأساسي والملتقى الأساسي العالمي لحوارات المستقبل، أو the future's headquarter of conversations. فاليوم عندنا أسبوع مدن المستقبل، ويسعدنا ويشرفنا أن نكون جزء من هذا التجمع. وأكرر شكري لأخي العزيز سعادة مروان بالغليط أبو محمد، جزاك الله خير على دعمك وعلى دعم بلدية دبي وفريق عمل بلدية دبي اللي هم صراحة هم اللي قادوا هذا الجهد، ونحن كنا داعمين لهم في يعني حوار مشترك عن مدن المستقبل. وإذا تسمحون لي أستكمل حديثي باللغة الإنجليزية، وإن شاء الله على عجالة نطرح بعض النقاشات اللي موجودة عندنا. أنا عندي فقط 10 دقائق ولا ودي أستمر معاكم، ولكن إن شاء الله بنجتهد أن نخلص الحوار كامل في 10 دقائق. My dear friends, thank you for being here with us today in this very important convening. We are so proud to constantly continue the conversation about dialogues of the future in this building, which is considered by leadership the headquarter of future conversations. We're of course very proud of what has been happening in this building from a touristic perspective, from a ticketing perspective, from a revenue perspective as well. But more importantly, the message is how can this be the headquarter for future conversations? And this is an example of that. Today we're talking about cities and the cities of the future, and we cannot be more prouder working with Dubai Municipality to push the conversations forward. I only have 10 minutes, so I'll push as fast as I can to make sure that we complete this session in that time. You might be seeing this picture, an animated picture of a city of the future. This is done by designers from all over the world, thinking about how future cities can look like. Also here, this is done by creatives from Dubai Future Foundation. I think they're sitting here around this session. So this is credit to some of the talented creatives within the Dubai Future Foundation. And this is what they've envisioned as a city of the future. So I want you to hold this thought, keep it in your mind, and we'll come back to this picture toward the end of the presentation. Okay, I'm not going to leave here without, I don't want this to be a one-way traffic session. I want it to be a two-way traffic conversation where we're going to propose and think about where we think the future of cities is heading, with challenges and potential solutions, hoping that those solutions can create dialogues for you all. I know that we have people from the private sector, we have entrepreneurs, we have students, we have government officials. So the idea in those next 10 minutes is really to give you ideas that have been driven by our constant research, driven by the Global 50 Opportunities report that Dubai Future Foundation disseminates, in hope that this can trigger some conversation that can lead into collaborations, lead into inspirational ideas and thoughts, and that's the whole objective of this conversation. So this hopefully would be a two-way conversation. It'll be broken down into simply 5 challenges that are related to the topic that we want to share with you based on our studies, and some possible solutions that you probably are thinking about or have ideas of that we can also kind of catalyze and work on together. First one, we all know the level of consumptions of cities and how much energy the world consumes. So I want you to think about the consumption, but also the waste side of the consumption. How much of this is really being utilized in cities in the most efficient way? And how can we work on solutions that will create a bigger opportunity? So what if cities adjusted their energy mix to create a more efficient solution from an energy perspective? Solution 1, a dynamic power. What does this mean? This means potentially leveraging on artificial intelligence for anticipation reasons. This could also mean quantum systems developed to really advance and redirect renewable surpluses and take them forward. Those are some of the ideas that we're sharing about dynamic power, but this is a solution that I want you all to really think about. Adaptive grids are also a part of this solution plan. So keep thinking about those ideas, and like I said, our team is around for you to all connect with post this conversation. So the idea is to turn every city into a living and thinking power network. Challenge 2. So everyone talks about wealth being the global inequality issue. There are I mean, don't quote me this number, but from what I know is 1 or 2% of the world is richer than the rest of the world. So everyone talks about wealth distribution. Here we're talking about heat distribution, and it being the new inequality that cities should really take into consideration. 15% of homes in the world, in the hottest regions, are cooled. Only 15% of them. So leveraging on materials revolution, which is a key topic in our reports, how can we really use materials to cool down those homes in a very innovative way? And I'm sure many of you here are thinking of this or probably have ideas that can be solutions for this challenge. Again, we said ceramics can really play a key role here in the cooling system as one of these solutions. Wood composites and insulation for insulation purposes can trigger that as well. And nano-engineered coatings that repel dust is also an idea. And like I said, we're just trying to regenerate the ideation and coming up with different ideas that we can work on. So the solution here, the general solution, is obviously turning concrete jungles into intelligent ecosystems. This is a surprising fact to me. I was speaking to the team earlier, challenging this number, and they agreed to negotiate a bit and lower it down to possibly 80%, not 90%. But the idea is it's still high. We spend between offices, between homes, we spend 80 to 90% of our time indoors. So how can we leverage? The solution is, I mean, again, disconnected from the world outside. I need to catch up with the innovation of those slides because there's words after every click. What if technology helped us feel outdoors at all time? How can you actually feel nature, leveraging on artificial intelligence, leveraging on different solutions like ultrasonic waves that recreate wind, nanosensor that capture sunlight, and many other solutions. And the idea basically is we have realized, given the nature of our work, given the time we spent at home, and given the smartness of technology at the moment, we believe if we really use it wisely, there's much that can be done for us to connect with nature in a way that is extremely valuable for us. And there's a complete floor here for those of you that haven't visited the Museum of the Future that focuses on the importance of nature, especially with the advancement of technology and robotics. It makes it even more and more important for us as a humanity. Again, bringing the experience of nature to those who can't always step outside. And like I said, this is not only for us. Some people are unfortunately unable to step outside. So this plays as well, even leveraging on haptic systems for them to really feel the outdoor experience. Challenge 4, only 1% of Earth's water is actually usable as fresh water. What can we do about that in the future and leveraging on artificial intelligence and autonomous systems at the same time? One of the solutions is, in general, is aquatech. What does aquatech mean? Possibly a network of sensors predicting the scarcity in advance before it actually strikes. Option number 2 is we know that there are desalination units. I mean, we've worked closely with DEWA, who are doing an amazing job, and possibly Dubai is one of the cities that's advanced in this front. But what if we really add completely autonomous solutions powered by sun and wind for desalination on a large-scale basis? What would this do? From an analytics perspective, there's also the sky's the limit on how we can leverage on technology to advance from an aquatech perspective. So basically, technology is transforming scarcity into self-sufficiency. Challenge number 5, and the last challenge for the day, is 1 million species stand on the brink of extinction. And those species are definitely crucial for developed cities and ensuring environmental sustainability. And cities can provide a potential solution for that. What if cities, leveraging on technology, materials revolution, artificial intelligence, can be living gardens? How can we create 4D printed microhabitats that evolve within the environment to accelerate the growth of insects and beyond, to create the natural ecosystem in neighborhoods? How can gardens think and adapt, leveraging on artificial intelligence, and actually grow alongside us? We are currently living in, and the pro side is, of course, buildings are developing, cities are developing, but the greenery is reducing. How can we actually ensure that our urban landscape has the right mix between greenery and inhabitants that actually create a fertile ecosystem for us? So we're imagining cities as sanctuaries for all life. With all those horizons in place and all those thoughts in place, a quick glimpse before I wrap up: what does Dubai and Dubai Future Foundation, in partnership with the government agencies, whether it's municipality or whether it's Dubai Health Authority, or whether it's Road and Transportation Authority, I always reiterate that our role is really to reimagine and co-work on those solutions with the partners that actually get the execution done. And you can see them all sitting here around us in the building and in this session. They are the leaders that actually execute those projects. So they actually do the work, and we take the credit as Dubai Future Foundation. Designing for Dubai's air is something that we're working on very closely with MIT Sensible Lab. We call it the Relief Project, which is the world's first AI project mapping cooling power of trees to design greener and more livable cities. And this is something that we will definitely be working very closely with Dubai municipality on. From a waters perspective, I'm sure many of you know Dubai Reef, which is a partnership between DECA and the Dubai Economic and Tourism Department. We have contributed to that project to use robotics and marine innovation to restore biodiversity and create one of the world's largest artificial reef systems. So this specific project within the overarching reef project is something that we are working on in the Dubai Future Labs. So this is something that we're looking at from a designing for Dubai's land perspective. Last mile delivery, a conversation we're having very closely with the Road and Transportation Authority. how much will this help from a transportation efficiency perspective, from a traffic perspective? How much will this help? We are working extremely closely with them, and this is really very close to delivery, and we've actually tested it, validated it, and we will soon, we are very hopeful that we will be soon seeing live execution of those projects as testing sandbox environments have been deployed already. With Dubai Municipality, this one is with Dubai Economy and Tourism. The gig economy is something that we are extremely bullish on. We're working on very closely through the Sandbox platform, and you might have heard the word Sandbox several times here, because the Sandbox platform is a project that enables testing across all government innovative ideas. So if gig economy is something we want to test, we take it through the Sandbox program to test it, validate it, and then it goes public. If the drone system needs to be tested, it goes through the Sandbox system, tested, and then gets... So it's basically the journey between validation and execution. In this case, we strongly believe that Uberization of jobs will happen. So the gig economy will play a massive role in any economy in the future. Regulation needs to be very agile in cities, and we are very close in achieving that here in Dubai as well. From a community's perspective, and this is a segue to the great work the Dubai Municipality has been doing, ensuring the project Hoi Dubai is also going to see light very soon. It's also ensuring that we revitalized underused community squares to design neighborhoods that foster connection and well-being. So in summary, Dubai has always been a lab, has always been a test bed. It's a combination of agility, it's a combination of speed, it's a combination of working with like-minded government agencies that are willing to embrace new ideas, willing to take risk, and willing to really bet on the ideas that will constantly push Dubai as a leading city of the future. So, let me take you back to, I'll skip back one slide and go back to the picture that we've actually seen in the past. And the question is, the picture that you've seen earlier, do you think that this picture is a real picture or a realistic picture? Or a picture like this is more realistically transformed to something like this, which is a combination of innovation, combination of technology, combination of autonomous mobility, but at the same time focus on sustainability, focus on greenery, and ensuring that we really create the right balance. So in essence, for us, this is a segue to the quote of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid: we must achieve the best possible environment and infrastructure to ensure and enhance our community's happiness and well-being. In summary, balance always wins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that remarkable opening. We now welcome a keynote that merges design, architecture, and foresight. Please join me in welcoming Sahal Al-Hayari, architect and urban designer and winner of the Great Arab Minds Award in the architecture category, to deliver the keynote, Design with Irreversible. Please welcome him on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad and honored to be here and very inspired by the presentation. I have prepared a talk, a brief talk that is called Design Within the Irreversible. The irreversible being the trajectory that we are heading to. with the development of AI and so on. When we think of a city, we rarely imagine it as a whole, for it cannot be experienced in its totality. It unfolds through spatial, temporal, and sensorial fragments. For each of us, the city materializes through daily rituals, such as the walk to a neighborhood store, the turn into a familiar passage, the pause at a crossing, and so on. What can be described as the ordinary choreography of daily life? Through such acts, space becomes internalized, repeated, familiar, yet never fixed. What we experience in a city, in this sense, is not a stable object, but a field of relations, where movement, perception, and chance continually surpass design. Its inherent vitality lies in what cannot be fully mapped or anticipated. It lies in the accidental encounter, in the fleeting alignment of people, in its sounds, smells, and even forms. The city's intelligence is not depicted through order alone, but also in its capacity to absorb unpredictability, to hold together difference, simultaneity, and change. Historically, this openness was sustained through inhabitation itself, where imposed order and lived adaptation continually overlapped and shaped each other. The industrial and post-industrial eras produced a profound shift. With the rise of industry and new forms of mobility, urban morphology became subordinated to patterns of circulations. Streets, which were once spaces of friction and encounter, were recast as corridors of movement. Urban form adapted, changed, or rather submitted to the logic of speed and efficiency. A new spatial order emerged, one that primarily leveraged control. The 20th century had fully absorbed this logic, and it still organizes much of the built environment today. Yet another layer now permeates this inherited condition, the digital. Today, it is a layer that has become less of a tool and more of a pervasive atmosphere. The digital has become the invisible field that we both inhabit and access. In fact, our experience of space has become increasingly mediated by its algorithms. Think, for instance, of how a navigation app silently decides the route we take, shaping not only our path, but what we see, whom we encounter, and even what we notice or ignore. What we perceive and feel has become filtered through platforms that anticipate movement, shape attention, and record memory. If the 20th century disciplined movement, the digital disciplines perception. The result is a condition of diminished spatial awareness, where perception is flattened into predetermined patterns of isolation and segregation. Digital systems may indeed refine or improve how we navigate, but they also form external dependencies that diminish our innate capacity for understanding the city. They map and optimize, yet they rarely redefine the logics that they measure. This detachment reflects more than a gap between technology and space. It exposes a deeper institutional and cultural disjunction, where design still operates through separated disciplines, each responsible for its own layer of the built environment. These layers align and coordinate, but seldom integrate, which eventually limits the capacity for true evolution. The developer-led city reinforces these tendencies as well. It produces islands of curated diversity, fragments that promise difference, but replicate the same patterns of consumption and exclusion. Segregation becomes aesthetic, and publicness becomes stage. We encounter it in the polished plazas of mixed-use developments, where access is choreographed and diversity is designed as spectacle rather than a lived condition. The built environment no longer functions as a continuous organism, but as a network of controlled interiors. And now, artificial intelligence will further extend this condition of control. It will not only observe behavior, but anticipate and orchestrate it. Its reach will extend far, far beyond novelty, shaping perception, governance, and everyday interactions in ways that are deeply formative. In this scenario, the built environment begins to organize action in advance. Patterns of movement, attention, and choice are continuously modeled and predicted. What once followed the body now precedes it. The city begins to think and act ahead of its inhabitants. AI does not threaten to change the current paradigm of the city. It actually threatens to perfect it, to speed up a trajectory already underway. What follows is not an external takeover, but an intensification and reflection of our own systems of order. AI emerges as a rupture from within, in effect, as a system built in our own image, amplifying the very tendencies that shape the contemporary city. What distinguishes it is the pervasive reach and the alarming autonomy that operate before action, translating intention into prediction and prediction into form. It transforms the built environment from a space we inhabit to one that observes, interprets, and adjusts. For design, this marks a shift of ground. To design with AI is to navigate that field, steering it towards depth and resonance, essentially through the qualities that time inscribes into space. It is a form of authorship that no longer depends on control, but on calibration, setting conditions, thresholds, and tendencies through which architecture can evolve. The architect's role, then, shifts from that of a maker to that of a trainer, teaching systems what to value, what to preserve, and what to question. In this act of training, design becomes more of an ethical question. It encodes the biases, priorities, and forms of attention that shape future space. If prediction, control, and operation will define how cities function, design will be folded within these same frameworks, no longer outside their reach. Its task is not to command them, but to remain legible within them, to make intention perceptible in a field governed by automation. Architects shall most likely adjust parameters rather than impose form, guiding systems already in motion. Architecture then becomes an act of modulation, a means of keeping design responsive and alive. This modulation cannot remain abstract. It must register at the scale of shared life. It is also a responsibility that must extend to the collective dimension of life, where design can shape how communities thrive and appear to one another, how difference remains visible, and how shared spaces sustain a sense of collectivity. If the human synthesis in design is to remain intelligible, it may need to draw from deeper intelligences of cities themselves. There is much to be learned from places whose forms have endured, where architecture and settlement have continually shaped one another. Such histories reveal reveal that what lasts is not only planned, but also absorbed through time and use. Perhaps by exposing artificial intelligence to these longer rhythms of transformation, we allow it to perceive the city not as a mechanism of optimization, but as a living record of adaptation and coexistence. From there, new forms of simultaneity and ambiguity might reappear, not as errors in prediction, but as signs of life. Designing within this future landscape is therefore not about opposing control, but about composing conditions where an openness of perception, of encounter and meaning can re-emerge. It is to build an ambiguity into the order it proposes, to embed uncertainty within the system so the city can remain interpretable, negotiable, and alive. To design within the irreversible is to accept that form can no longer be considered outside the frameworks that produce it. Design, in this sense, becomes a practice of attunement rather than control, of creating possibilities rather than resolutions. The irreversible, then, is not a limit to design, but its new medium, where meaning persists through adaptation and negotiation. And this perhaps shall be the new vestige of human agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speaker for that thought-provoking look into how design shapes the cities of the future. We will now turn to a panel, for our first panel of the day. And this panel will be called The Engine Room of a Future City. So let's give the team some time to set up. And in the meantime, let me introduce who will be on this panel. And this panel will be conducted in Arabic. So please find your headsets on your seats if you need translation in English. All right, so for this panel, this session will explore how collaboration and innovation keeps urban systems running smoothly behind the scenes. Our moderator will be Munir Kabara, Director at PwC, and our panelists will be His Excellency Major General Expert Ali Al-Mutawwa, Assistant Commander-in-Chief for Fire and Rescue at Dubai Civil Defense, His Excellency Expert Ahmed Bourguiba, CEO of the Dubai Resilience Center, and Adil Al-Marzougi, CEO of Waste and Sewage Agency at Dubai Municipality. Now that we're set up, please welcome them all on stage. Thank you.
تست اوكي صباح الخير جميعا. يشرفني ان اكون منسق نقاش اليوم بعنوان محركات مدينه المستقبل. فيهدف هذا النقاش الى استكشاف سبل اداره البنيه التحتيه والخدمات الحيويه في المدن بطريقه مستدامه ومرنه. وسيتناول الحوار الدور المحوري لكل من الابتكار والبيانات والشراكات في ضمان كفاءه الخدمات مثل الصحه والسلامه العامه، بما يجعل المدينه اكثر استدامه ومرونه. ويشرفني أن أعرفكم على المتحدثين لهذا النقاش: سعادة اللواء الخبير علي مطوع، مساعد القائد العام لشؤون الإطفاء والإنقاذ في القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني دبي، سعادة الخبير أحمد بورقيبة، المدير التنفيذي لمركز دبي المرونة، والمهندس عادل المرزوقي، المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة النفايات والصرف الصحي في بلدية دبي. في بداية، تلعب المدن دورا محوريا في التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، حيث تشير التقديرات إلى أن المدن تساهم بأكثر من 80% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي العالمي وفقا لتقرير صندوق النقد الدولي. أما من حيث النمو السكاني فتقدر الأمم المتحدة أن عدد سكان المدن بلغ حوالي 4.8 مليار نسمة في عام 2025، أي ما يعادل 58% من سكان العالم. ومن المتوقع أن يرتفع هذا الرقم إلى 5.6 مليار نسمة بحلول عام 2035، مما يعكس تسارعاً مستمراً في وتيرة التحضر العالمي. كما تشير بيانات البنك الدولي إلى أن الطلب على البنية التحتية يتزايد بفعل التحضر السريع والنمو السكاني، مما يستلزم تطوير شبكات الطرق والمياه والصرف الصحي والطاقة والاتصالات بوتيرة أسرع وبكفاءة أعلى. ففي البداية أود أن أطرح مجموعة من الأسئلة حول كيفية التخطيط لمدينة المستقبل بطريقة مستدامة وأكثر مرونة. فيمكن أول سؤال موجه إلى سعادة الخبير أحمد بورقيبة. طبعا كلنا بنعرف أنه تم إنشاء مركز دبي للمرونة مؤخرا، فما هي أهداف المركز الرئيسية وما هي المخاطر والطوارئ والأزمات والكوارث الأساسية التي يجب التعامل معها؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أشكر بلدية دبي على دعوتنا لحضور الجلسة الحوارية. المركز دبي المرونية هي المؤسسة الحكومية المعنية في إدارة الأزمات والكوارث في إمارة دبي، وتعزز من جاهزيتها وقدرتها تعامل بشكل متكامل ومستدام. طبعا انشأ المركز في نهاية ديسمبر عام 2024، ومن الأهداف الرئيسية اللي هي تعزيز التكامل بين القطاع العام والخاص، جاهزية المدينة البنية التحتية في الإمارة، وكذلك معنية في نشر ثقافة المرونة أو ثقافة الأزمات والكوارث لدى المجتمع، سواء كان في طبعا احنا شغالين في الموضوع هذا من جانب المدارس نتكلم عنها لين حتى أصحاب الهمم أو كبار السن. كذلك المركز معنية في موضوع اللي هي نوضع دبي على الخارطة العالمية في موضوع مرونة الحضرية على مستوى يكون كدبي كمركز رائد في المجال هذا. هذا من الأهداف الرئيسية للمركز.
اوكي، شكرا لك. هلا السؤال الثاني موجه الى سعاده اللواء خبير علي المطوع. فمن العناصر الاساسيه في اداره المدن المستقبليه ان تكون مدينه، طبعا مدينه امنه. فما هي الاستراتيجيات التي يعتمدها الدفاع المدني لتعزيز مكافحه الحرائق والانقاذ والسلامه العامه؟
السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. اسمح لي بدايه اخ منير أن أشكر الإخوان في بلدية دبي وعلى رأس الهرم سعادة المهندس مروان مغليطة. ونحن اليوم حظيظين في البانل في الجلسة الحوارية أن نعرض النقاط في ظل وجود قامات ولها خبرات إدارية من جانب التخطيط أو من جانب الاستجابة. للرجوع لسؤالك، نحن في القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني نؤمن أن الوقاية تسبق الاستجابة، لذلك كان دور القيادة العامة في الدفاع المدني دور محوري في رسم نرسي مقومات المدينة منذ التصميم. فلذلك انتهجنا في القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني عدة استراتيجيات، كانت أولها موضوع الوقاية، ومن ضمن وبعدها الاستجابة، وبعدها التعاون والتنسيق المستمر مع جميع الجهات. إذا تطرقنا إلى جانب الوقاية، يمكن البعض ما أقول يجهل، والبعض لا يعرف أن الدور المحوري للدفاع المدني ليس الاستجابة للطوارئ، أن الدور المحوري هي الوقاية من خلال ضمان أن جميع المباني والمنشآت بنيت وصممت وفق أعلى المعايير لأنظمة السلامة وفق كود الإمارات للدفاع المدني. وحاليا نحن في ظل وجود كود مشترك مع الإخوان في بلدية دبي. تعريف بسيط عن هذا الكود يحوي على جميع أنظمة الإنذار، أنظمة الوقاية، أنظمة عزل المقاومة للحريق. يمكن دبي لها خصوصية معينة، دبي تصدر ممارسات عالمية من ناحية أنظمة المباني والمعايير العالمية القياسية اللي موجودة فيها، لذلك دبي أصبحت أفضل دولة من ناحية الأمن والسلامة على مستوى العالم، ولها مؤشرات تنافسية يمكن الحكومة تطرحها ونشوف نحن على أعمارنا على مستوى الريادة. على الجانب التطبيقي، القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني تتميز وجود مختبر خاص فيها، ويعتبر المختبر الأول الحكومي في مستوى الخليج ومستوى المنطقة والمستوى الإقليمي، ويمكن الخامس عالميا. يعمل هذا المختبر على ضمان أن جميع المنتجات وجميع الأنظمة التي تركب في المباني تكون على وفق أعلى معايير السلامة. لو تطرقنا على جانب الجاهزية، عمل الدفاع المدني يختلف. نحن لا ننتظر الاستجابة، ولكن نقوم بتحليل البيانات مسبقا والتنبؤ بوجود المخاطر والعمل على منعها أو التخفيف من آثار هذه المخاطر. لذلك لو نرى نحن مؤشرات الإصابات والوفيات لله الحمد بدبي بشكل خاص ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تعتبر مؤشرات الإصابات من جراء حوادث الحريق أو الأزمات أو الكوارث تعتبر جدا بسيطة مقارنة بدول عالمية أخرى. لو تطرقنا كذلك على موضوع الجاهزية أو موضوع التنسيق والتعاون، قوة دبي في التعامل مع الأزمات والكوارث تكمن في العقيدة التكاملية اللي تنتهجها جميع الدوائر الحكومية من خلال إجراءات موثوقة ويتم التدريب عليها عن طريق المحاكاة، أنظمة محاكاة تتميز بالذكاء الصناعي أو أنظمة محاكاة على أرض الميدان. اليوم أتطرق إلى تحدي كان موجود وكيف نحن حولنا مع الأخوان في جهات الطوارئ. دبي معروفة باختلاف الثقافات واختلاف عدد الجنسيات. اليوم نحن قدرنا عن طريق الجهات الحكومية والجهات الشبه الحكومية والخاصة أن كيف ننقل المسؤولية المجتمعية، نخلي المجتمع مسؤول كذلك كونه خط دفاع أول وتجهيزه في مقاومة جميع الحوادث والحرائق بشكل عام. الوعي المجتمعي اليوم في إمارة دبي الحمد لله رب العالمين، بظل وجود ثقافات، في ظل وجود 200 جنسية، وفي ظل وجود لغات مختلفة، اليوم الوعي الوقائي مرتفع لدى جميع المجتمع دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. ويمكن الحوادث الأخيرة نحن سطرنا قصص نجاح مع الأخوان في التعامل معها باحترافية في من المؤشرات تتكلم عن طريق الأعداد الإصابات وأعداد الوفيات كانت جدا بسيطة يعني.
اوكي، شكرا لك سعادة اللواء. بس حابب ارجع لسعادة الخبير احمد بورقيبة. فانت تكلمت عن انه احدى الاهداف انه تطوير استراتيجية شاملة للمرونة في دبي. فكيف ممكن انه نضمن انه نضع خطة شاملة للتعامل مع جميع المخاطر؟ وكيف اليوم يقيس المركز المرونة مدى استعداد المدينة لمواجهة التحديات البيئية والكوارث الطبيعية مثلا؟
طبعا احنا في الإمارة حاليا في فريق عمل شغال على موضوع المخاطر. في فريق عمل شكل من كل الدوائر الحكومية واجتمعوا الأسبوع الماضي، واجتماعات عادة طبعا المخاطر تختلف أنواعها، في مخاطر طبيعية، في مخاطر صحية، وفي تكنولوجية، اقتصادية، بشتى أنواعها. وبالتالي الفريق العمل اليوم هذا يدرس جميع المخاطر المرتبطة بإمارة دبي وشو التحديات اللي يمكن يواجهونها، وبالتالي وبعد ذلك يتم تصنيف هذه المخاطر على درجة شدتها ودرجة احتمالية وقوعها وتاخذ فيها أولويات قصوى. وبالتالي وبعد ذلك يقوم فريق العمل بإعداد سيناريوهات مختلفة، شو التوقعات، شو الأشياء المتوقعة الخطر هذا نفسه، وتنعمل عليه خطة استراتيجية نسميه هي خطة المحلية وخطة تفصيلية لكل خطر، ومن ذلك يجرى عليه تمارين واقعية ميدانية لتفادي هذه المخاطر مستقبلا. طبعا الحين يمكن احنا نواجه الخطر الكبير عندنا اللي هي التغيير المناخي. طب التغيير المناخي طبعا خطر هذا عالمي، كل الدول تعاني، كل المدن العالمية تعاني من موضوع التغيير المناخي. طبعا يتمثل تغيير مناخي في كميات هطول الأمطار في فترة زمنية قصيرة، كذلك في العواصف الرملية أو نسميه احنا العواصف المدارية التي عادة بحر العرب. عندنا مخاطر ثانية ارتفاع درجات الحرارة. حاليا احنا فريق العمل شغال شو تأثير المخاطر هاي في تغيير مناخي على المستقبل أو على الأدوات اللي احنا نملكها أو الجاهزية المدينة. وطبعا من غير المخاطر الثانية للهجمات السبرانية، اليوم ما في مدينة ما تتعرض لهجمات سبرانية عديدة. اليوم الحمد لله احنا نمتلك يمكن بيئة رقمية قوية، بنية تحتية قوية، الحمد لله يمكن الجهات الحكومية تصد هاي الهجمات بشكل كبير وايد، ولكن بعد لازم احنا نطور أدواتنا ونطور معداتنا والذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال يعني الحد من تأثير هاي المخاطر. لأن اليوم ما أقدر أمنع الخطر، لكن هدفي أن حد من المخاطر من التهديدات هاي المتوقعة على مستوى الإمارة.
اوكي، شكرا لك سعادة الخبير. ممكن سؤال هلا موجه الى المهندس عادل المرزوقي. فاحدى ابرز المخرجات خطة دبي الحضرية 2040 هي ارتفاع في عدد السكان من 3.3 الى 7.8 مليون نسمة. كيف تستعد بلدية دبي للنمو السكاني، وما هي المحركات الأساسية لتطوير البنية التحتية الحيوية؟
شكرا منير على السؤال. أول شيء السلام عليكم جميعا، صباح الخير. طبعا أخوي منير، السؤال هذا وايد مهم، يمكن كثير من الناس مركزين عليه. يمكن أنا ببتدي كلامي بالإجابة بقصة قصيرة. يمكن الفترة اللي طافت احنا صرنا دول نسوي زيارات معيارية، مقارنات معيارية، أو حتى في وزراء أو قناصل سفراء زاروا البلدية، دائما على لسانهم هذا السؤال: أنتم كيف تتصرفون مع مياه الأمطار؟ شو تسوون في النفايات العامة كمدينة؟ كيف تتصرفون مع صرف مياه الأمطار؟ المياه اللي جاية من المحطة شو تسوون فيها؟ دائما على لسانهم هذه الأسئلة. هذا ما يدل على أن موضوع الصرف الصحي وصرف مياه الأمطار، النفايات، هاي كلها عبارة عن باك بون، بنية تحتية لأي إمارة في أي مدينة في أي دولة في العالم، بالدليل أن كل المناصب العليا دائما يسألون عن هذا الشيء. فهذا يقودنا للإجابة إلى أن كبلدية دبي إحنا وايد مركزين على موضوع. خلنا نبتدي الصرف الصحي. إحنا اعتبرناهم 3 محركات رئيسية. الصرف الصحي هذا روح محرك البنية التحتية للصرف الصحي. الكل عارف اليوم دبي مقبلة على توسعات عمرانية، مقبلة على تغير مناخي، زيادة عدد المياه اللي صايرة خلال الفترة الجاية. اليوم إذا بنتكلم عن الصرف الصحي، نحن كإمارة دبي عندنا تقريبا 5000 كيلومتر طولي من خطوط الصرف الصحي، وعندنا محطات صرف صحي اليوم بطاقة استيعابية فوق 1,000,000 متر مكعب في اليوم. بس هل هذا كافي للمرحلة القادمة؟ لا طبعا. عسب شيء احنا في حكومة دبي جزاهم الله خير أصحاب سمو الشيوخ اعتمدوا استراتيجية الصرف الصحي السنة اللي طافت أن نسوي مشروع النفق العميق للصرف الصحي عن طريق الشراكة بالقطاع الخاص. قيمة المشروع يعتبر من أضخم المشاريع على مستوى العالم بقيمة 80 مليار درهم، بيكون البي بي بي بروجكت طبعا، وبيتم تنفيذه. اليوم احنا واصلين تقريبا قرابة 30% من التنفيذ، وإن شاء الله بنخلصه في المشروع هذا في 2032، بحيث أن نزيد الطاقة الاستيعابية ل 5 مليون متر مكعب في اليوم، من مليون يعني تتكلم عن 5 أضعاف. احنا بنكون جاهزين لأي توسعات عمرانية مستقبلا، أي مشاريع طرق مستقبلا، مشاريع بنية تحتية، أنفاق، مولات، مطارات، موانئ. كل هالمشاريع البناء اللي تصير اليوم في إمارة دبي تحتاج إلى موضوع تصريف مياه الأمطار أو موضوع تصريف الصرف الصحي. طبعا هذا خلينا نقول محركين اللي احنا مركزين عليهم. وفي محرك ثالث، محرك النفايات. اليوم موضوع النفايات العامة الكل يعرف هذا تحدي، كثير من الدول ما بعارفين شو يسوون في النفايات هاي. نحن في إمارة دبي ولله الحمد السنة اللي طافت أطلقنا مشروع مركز النفايات لتحويل النفايات إلى طاقة بطاقة استيعابية 6000 طن في اليوم، وهذا روحه يعتبر إنجاز، لأنه يعتبر أكبر مركز على مستوى العالم من ناحية الحجم، إنه كيف أنت تحول النفايات إلى طاقة وترجع للمدينة على شكل كهرباء 200 ميجا وات في الساعة. فإحنا هاي خلينا نقول هاي خطوة أولى إحنا بنسويها إن شاء الله في إمارة دبي، ومركزين على هذه ال3 محركات قدام عيننا، حاطين نصب العين، وإن شاء الله شغالين على تطويرها على أساس إحنا نقدر نتنبأ للمستقبل ونكون جاهزين للمستقبل، مش فقط كإجراءات خلينا نقول احترازية ولا خطط استمرارية أعمال، لا بالتجديد. يمكن أمس الكل كان مركز، سعادة المدير العام ركز على موضوع التجديد. اليوم مو بس فقط أنت كسيستم عندك وبتصينه وبتكون جاهز للمخاطر، لا أيضا بيكون عندك أنظمة جديدة، لأن المستقبل لازم نتنبأ له، في أشياء جديدة جاية، فإحنا شغالين على موضوع التجديد إن شاء الله في بلدية دبي.
اوكي، شكرا. إيه فعلا من الاستدامه للتجديد، هذه كانت النقطه. اود ان احول النقاش الان نحو تحديد بعض الحلول المبتكره التي يمكن ان تسهم في تعزيز جاهزيه المدن المستقبليه. فهلا سؤال بس موجه الى سعاده اللواء الخبير علي المطوع. كيف يمكن للابتكار والتقنيات الحديثه مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي ان يساهم في تحسين سرعه وكفاءه استجابه الدفاع المدني للطوارئ؟
الابتكار يعتبر قوة داعمة وذراع قوي لجميع المؤسسات في الوقت الحالي في ظل وجود فرص متاحة من القيادة الرشيدة. عمليات الابتكار نحن سخرناها في محاور عدة، من ضمنها محاور الاستجابة. طبعا التحدي النوعي اللي موجود في إمارة دبي وجود، أنا أعطيك أمثلة الابتكار، كيف خلقنا فرص من الابتكار بظل وجود التحديات هاي. واحدة من التحديات الموجودة كانت تحدي عالمي، الأبراج والمباني الشاهقة والتكسيات الخارجية، وكانت من الصعوبة من مكان وجود آليات معينة لمكافحة هذه الأبراج. لله الحمد في دبي بشكل نوعي أطلقنا طائرات درون حديثة وسميناها طائرات الشاهين، وطبعا تم اختيار المسمى هذا مسمى من بيئتنا نظرا لحدة عين شاهين في الاصطياد يعني. فالشاهين أثبت كفاءته في حرائق الأبراج على مسافة 200 متر، أي ما يقارب 50-55 طابق، وهي صناعة ابتكار وتحديث محلي عن طريق شركات وطنية وكذلك أشخاص موجودين من نفس الجهاز. جزء من الابتكار الخدمات ونوعية الخدمات التي تقدمها القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني بالشراكة مع الإخوان بلدية دبي. اليوم لله الحمد في ظل وجود التسارع العمراني وتسارع اعتماد المخططات، هنالك نافذة موحدة تتميز هذه النافذة بخوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي في اعتماد المخططات، وكذلك جزء من الابتكار المشترك المتكامل ما بين جهتين. هنالك كذلك بوابة موحدة للتفتيش على المباني. الأمثلة كثيرة ولكن يمكن الوقت ما يتسع لسردها. الابتكار أنجز لك إياها ولا أخصك إياها، الابتكار يعتبر محرك أساسي في جميع استراتيجيات الدفاع المدني.
شكرا واضح جدا. سعادة الخبير أحمد بورقيبة، فمن الواضح أن الجهات المعنية بإدارة المدينة قد تستفيد من ابتكارات وحلول رقمية في تحسين كمان كفاءة العمليات، فكيف يمكن لمركز دبي للمرونة أن يدعم الابتكار المحلي ويشجع على تبني الحلول مرنة ومستدامة؟
طبعا مثل ما تفضل أخوي علي، الابتكار اليوم نهج مؤسسات أو نهج حكومي متبع في كل الدوائر. اليوم احنا كمركز دبي للمرونة عندنا قاعدة بيانات كبيرة وايد، وبالتالي تحليل البيانات هاي ياخذ له وقت جهد كبير وايد، ولازم اليوم في ظل توسع الابتكار دخلنا الاي اي او نظام الذكاء الصناعي. اليوم انا على اساس ما احلل اي بيانات اللي عندي تاخذ له وقت طويل جدا، يمكن قبل يمكن ناخذ تحليل فيها 2-3 ساعات لما يتحلل على المانيوال واشتغل احصائيات وطالع الكباسيتي والادوات الموجوده. الحين خلال دقيقه واحده يعطيك المعطيات كلها تقدر تاخذ قرار. يعني اليوم يساعدنا الابتكار في سرعه اتخاذ القرار وفي صحه المعلومات ودقه المعلومات هاي كلها. انا اليوم بتكون عندي غرفه عمليات مركزيه. اليوم كل البلاغات بتي على المركز المرونة، وبالتالي المنصة المركزية هاي إذا ما عندي اليوم أدوات ذكاء اصطناعي أو تكنولوجيا ما بقدر أحلل المعلومات بشكل آني ويعطيني سرعة اتخاذ القرار. اليوم ابتكار يعتبر نهج. احنا حاليا في صدد بعد إطلاق مختبر الأزمات والكوارث أو مختبر المرونة احنا نسميها في المركز. المختبر هذا بنسق الجهود كل الجهات الحكومية في التعامل مع الأزمات الأزمات والكوارث. يعطيني يعد لي عدة سيناريوهات مختلفة في المختبر هذا، كيف اليوم أضمن الجاهزية والاستعداد على مستوى الإمارات. يعني اليوم مثل ما تفضل أخوي علي، اليوم الابتكار يعتبر نهج متبع في كل الدوائر الحكومية، وأنا أقول الكل لازم يستغل التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي في تحليل الخوارزميات، البيانات، الإحصائيات كلها.
فعلا يعني اليوم كله يعني كثير جدا مهم انه البيانات وتحليلها بسرعه اتخاذ القرار. سؤال موجه للمهندس عادل المرزوقي. فسبق أن تحدث عن محركات أساسية لتطوير البنية التحتية، فما هي الآثار المتوقعة أو النتائج المحققة من تلك المحركات، مثل مثلا تحسين كفاءة التخطيط أو العمليات، وكيف تؤثر على جودة الحياة عامة؟
أخوي منير، إذا بتتكلم إن شاء الله عن موضوع نتائج، يمكن نقدر نتكلم عن المحرك الثالث اللي هي محرك النفايات، بحكم أن المشروع تم تنفيذه السنة اللي طافت، وعندنا اليوم أرقام ونتائج ملموسة نقدر نتكلم فيها. اليوم مركز تحويل النفايات إلى طاقة تحول 6000 طن من النفايات اليومية لدبي، تقريبا فيها almost 13000 طن في اليوم. احنا نتكلم تقريبا قرابة 50% من النفايات اليوم تروح للمركز. ميزة المركز انها طبعا كثير يسألون ايضا هذا السؤال، كيف تحولون نفايات لطاقة؟ للي ما يعرف، احنا نمرر طبعا مياه المعاد تدويرها من المحطة اللي طالعة عن طريق تحويل الماء هذا الى بخار، واستخدام مولدات بخارية في مركز تحويل النفايات إلى طاقة، واستخدام البخار هذا ونولد فيه الطاقة الكهربائية. طبعا الكهرباء اللي طالعة من مركز تحويل النفايات إلى طاقة عبارة عن 200 ميجا وات في الساعة. لما حد يسأل أيضا شو يعني 200 ميجا وات في الساعة، احنا نقدر نقارنه بكفاية ل 350 ألف وحدة سكنية كهرباء في اليوم. فالرقم يعتبر عالي جدا، وطبعا هذا حسب الاتفاقية اللي موقعة بيننا وبين الإخوان في هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي. احنا نبيع عليهم الكهرباء هذا، يكون في عقد تبادل منفعة بيننا والمدينة اللي مستفيدة من موضوع هذا كله. طبعا هذا أول نتيجة. النتيجة الثانية اليوم احنا بنتخلص من المكبات. الكل يعرف إن شاء الله في نهاية 2027 بنلغي كل المكبات اللي موجودة. ابتدينا في مكب الورسان ومكب جبل علي ومكب حتى والهباب، تم إغلاق مكب جبل علي. 5 مكبات تم إغلاقها كليا حاليا، بقانا بس مكبين، مكب القصيص ومكب البياضة. طبعا النفايات العامة اللي نتكلم عنها اللي هي القصيص فقط، اللي هي على حدود إمارة الشارقة. طبعا هذا المكب إن شاء الله نهاية 2027 بيتم إغلاقها بسبب أنه يكون عندنا هناك مركز تحويل نفايات إلى طاقة، أو استخدام خلينا نقول مراكز لتحويل إعادة تدوير النفايات اللي موجودة. فهذا النتيجة الثانية. النتيجة الثالثة أخوي منير، عقب ما نحول النفايات إلى طاقة، اليوم المركز يطلع شو؟ يطلع رماد قاع، بوتوم أش. هذا الرماد أيضا اليوم احنا وقعنا اتفاقيات مع موانئ دبي العالمية ومع الإخوان في هيئة طرق المواصلات، بحيث أن يستخدمون هذا الرماد القاع في عمل طرق مؤقتة، يستخدمونه كرود بيس بهذه وأيضا هناك في دراسات حاليا شغالين نسوي منها أعمال هارد لاندسكيبنج مثل الانترلوك وكذا. فكيف اليوم النفايات طالعة من المركز من البيوت أقصد، وكيف راجعة للبيوت على شكل كهرباء، وكيف الدائرة مستمرة. فهذا المحرك اللي احنا نتكلم عنه، هاي التقنية الجديدة اللي نتكلم عنها، كيف أيضا حتى رماد القاع يتم استخدامها، يكون في كوست كاتنج، توفير تكاليف بالملايين على دوائر أخرى. هاي المنظومة اللي نتكلم عنها اليوم في كمحرك. هذا بس مثال واحد خلينا نقول. بالنسبة لمحرك الصرف الصحي وصرف مياه الأمطار، طبعا احنا شغالين حاليا متوقعين إن شاء الله بعد ما بنخلص إن شاء الله مشروع تصريف. اليوم في إمارة دبي بتكون في هناك 3 أنهار صناعية تحت مستوى الأرض. بيكون في 3 أنفاق. في نفق أوريدي موجود في إكسبو، الكل شاف لله الحمد خلال المنخفض العاصف هدير السنة اللي طافت، إمارة دبي تأثرت، سواء خلينا نقول مركز المدينة كديرة وبرا دبي، ولكن منطقة إكسبو التأثير كان وايد أقل بسبب أن النفق العميق كان موجود. وحسب العدادات اللي موجودة عندنا خلال 3 أيام احنا صرفنا 5 مليون متر مكعب من مياه الأمطار في هذاك في ال3 أيام اللي طافوا، بالرغم أن كمية الأمطار كانت فوق التوقعات. يمكن حسب الإحصاءات والتوثيق اللي مسوينه سابقا يمكن أكثر من 100 سنة ما يانها الأمطار. فاللي أتكلم إن شاء الله خلال بعد ما بنخلص إن شاء الله المحرك الصرف الصحي ومحرك صرف مياه الأمطار بيكون عندنا نتائج كبيرة ونقدر نتكلمها لاحقا. بس هاي النتيجتين اللي تكلمت عنهم النفايات.
لا واضح. وطبعا هدول كل هالحلول يعني بيأثروا يعني ايجابيا يعني دايركتلي او اندايركتلي على طبعا جوده حياه السكان. هلا لقد سمعنا العديد من الحلول والابتكارات في عده مجالات، تلك الابتكارات بحاجه الى بعض من الممكنات الاساسيه لتفعيلها بشكل كامل. فهلا بدنا نركز الحوار على بعض من الممكنات الاساسيه. فسعادة الخبير أحمد بورقيبة، حكينا عن الحلول الأساسية في دعم المرونة هي منصة العمليات المركزية. فما دور المركز في تنسيق الجهود بين الجهات المختلفة لضمان استدامة البنية التحتية، وكيف يتم ذلك بشكل فعال في منصة أو مركز عمليات مركزية؟
طبعا المركز معني برفع كفاءة التنسيق بين الجهات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص. احنا نركز اليوم على جميع القطاعات دون استثناء حتى نضمن جاهزية والاستعداد للإمارة، وإذا صار في أي أزمة كيف آلية التعامل والتعافي منها. طبعا المنصة هاي بيكون ويانا معنا شركاء استراتيجيين في المنصة هاي. المنصة هاي بتكون معنية، أنا أسميها القلب النابض لإمارة دبي. القلب النابض معناته اليوم أنا كل البلاغات كل القطاعات اليوم سواء كان قطاع صحي أو قطاع النقل أو قطاع الاقتصاد بينصب كل المعلومات بشكل آني يومي فوري في المركز هذا، مركز العمليات الرئيسية. اليوم أنا بيكون عندي قراءات آنية أعرف دبي اليوم شو فيها، هل في ازدحام مروري، تأثيراته شو، هل في شيء صحي، عندي بلاغات مهمة مقلقة. وبيكون عندي ذكاء صناعي تحليل بيانات بشكل آني فوري لسرعة اتخاذ القرار. اليوم المركز بيكون معني بكل قطاعات الإمارة في اتخاذ قرارات سريعة بتواجد جميع الشركاء الاستراتيجيين من أجل إدارة العمليات الحيوية على مستوى الإمارة.
لا شكرا لك. سعادة اللواء الخبير علي مطوع، سبق أن تحدثت عن الشراكات، فما هو دور الشراكات وآليات التعاون مع جهات أخرى في تبادل الخبرات والمعرفة، وما هي بعض المحاور التعاون وما أثرها؟
طبعا أنا سبقت قلت أن الشراكات هاي واللي يميز دبي هناك عقيدة تكاملية ما بين الجهات الحكومية، ولكن اليوم دبي مدينة عالمية، فالشراكات امتدت على أن تكون شركات عالمية والاستفادة من الخبرات، وليس فقط الاستفادة من الخبرات بل تصدير الخبرات إلى العالم ووضع دبي على الخارطة العالمية في مجال الابتكار وتصدير هالابتكارات. طبعا الشراكات كذلك امتدت في قطاع القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني إلى شراكات محلية وشراكات كذلك إقليمية ومع سواء مع المؤسسات القطاع الخاص أو القطاع العام. ولكن يجب اليوم نحن نركز على شراكة أخرى هي الشراكة المجتمعية. نحن عملنا على أن نضع المجتمع على أن يكون الخط الأول، خط الدفاع الأول في حماية الأرواح والممتلكات وحماية المدينة. القيادة العامة للدفاع المدني ولله الحمد مع الشراكة مع المؤسسات الموجودين قدرنا أن في عام 2025 لغاية الآن للربع الرابع تدريب 10% من مجتمع إمارة دبي، كنسبة. أما كعدد تم تدريب ما يزيد عن 17,000 شخص موجودين في الإمارة. خلاصة المحور اللي ذكرته أخ منير أن الشراكة أساسية والعمل يجب أن يكون تكاملي مع جميع المؤسسات والأفراد والشركات.
شكرا. مهندس عادل، كمان أنت حكيت عن كمان البي بي بيز، دور البي بي بيز، فممكن بس تعطينا بعض المعلومات عن البي بي بيز بالقطاع تبعك؟
نعم أخوي منير. وطبعا المشروع إذا بناخذ بحكم أن عندنا 3 محركات حاليا شغالين عليها، خلينا نتكلم عن النفايات العامة اللي هي مركز تحويل نفايات الطاقة. بحكم أن المشروع تنفذ وفيها نتائج، نرجع مرة ثانية. المشروع هذا طبعا تم تنفيذه بالشراكة مع القطاع الخاص. المشروع هذا يصنف فئة اللي هو win-win-win situation. طبعا الون الأولى، نحن كبلدية اليوم ما صرفنا خلينا نقول فلوس، بدون تكلفة نفذنا المشروع. قيمة المشروع $1 مليار، 4 مليار درهم. الون الثانية طبعا الشركة اللي نفذت استثمرت، فأكيد إن شاء الله بتربح خلال عقد طويلة الأمد. الون الثالثة طبعا اللي هو الناس، اللي هو هدف الأسمى لإمارة دبي اليوم أن تكون مدينة أنظف، أفضل مدينة للعيش. فإحنا كبلدية اليوم شغالين على هذا المبدأ، وأول مشروع تم تنفيذه لله الحمد النتائج مبشرة. عندنا كثير من لو بتكلم عن النتائج الإيجابية اللي صارت من خلال هذا العقد الاستثماري. يبنى شركات متخصصة هم يقومون بتنفيذ هذا المشروع وتشغيلها، وصار دور البلدية دور حوكمي رقابي ضبطية، نعطي تصاريح نفتش، فصار دورنا شوي رقابي أكثر عليهم. وفي نفس الوقت طبعا الشركة هاي تكون هناك طبعا شراكات كونسورتيوم، مش شركة خارجية وحدة، وإنما مجموعة من الشركات، فيها شركات حكومية، شركات شبه حكومية. فالمنظومة شغالين احنا كاليوم مش توجه فقط بلدية دبي، توجه حكومة دبي اليوم اللي هو التوجه اللي هو بالشراكة مع القطاع الخاص. في نقطة إيجابية حبيت أذكرها أيضا، اليوم محطة ورسان لمعالجة الصرف الصحي بسبب وجود مركز تحويل نفايات الطاقة وأخذ الطاقة من المركز. تقريبا 50% من الطاقة الكهربائية اللي نحتاجها في محطة المعالجة للصرف الصحي ناخذها من مركز تحويل نفايات الطاقة. وعندنا أيضا مركز ثاني لتحويل غاز الميثان إلى طاقة اللي طالع من المحطة نفسها، فأنذر 50% نضيفه على محطة معالجة ورسان. اليوم بكل فخر نقدر نعلن أن مركز ورسان لمعالجة الصرف الصحي في بلدية دبي في منطقة ورسان تعمل 100% بالطاقة الدفيئة والطاقة النظيفة بدون استخدام الطاقة الاعتيادية من الإخوان في هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي. فهاي هي بعض النتائج المحركات اللي اليوم احنا نتكلم عنها، هذا بعض الأمثلة اللي نتكلم عنها.
اوكي، لا شكرا كثير. فختاما ان بناء مدن مستدامه ومرنه ليس خيارا بل هو التزام تجاه اجيالنا القادمه. فلنواصل العمل معا بعزيمه ورؤيه واضحه نحو مستقبل حضري اكثر ازدهارا واستدامه. شكرا جميعا لمريتكم.
ابو محمد اقول اعلن عن مشاريع كلمه 27 قبلك.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We will now be taking a 10-minute short break and we'll proceed with the rest of the sessions. Thank you so much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume our next session at the Urban Future Week. I encourage everyone to please come and take their seats, especially at the coffee area. I know the coffee is amazing at the Museum of the Future, but please come and take your seats. We will be starting our session very soon. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the Urban Future Week next sessions. Please, I encourage everybody to come and take their seats, especially at the coffee area. Please, we are here and we would like to invite you. We don't bite. It's going to be an amazing session. So please come over here. Let's start the next session. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of Urban Future Week. We had our first break. I heard there was some coffee shortage, but we'll refill it soon, so don't worry. Welcome back. My name is Aysar Habib. I'm going to be your MC today. And we've had some amazing sessions this morning with some incredible people. And we're going to move on with our day with another session, and it's going to be our first Fireside chat. So, the first Fireside chat will be the proactive municipality, shaping the future through foresight-driven signals. This Fireside chat will be conducted in Arabic. Please find your headsets on your seats if you need translation in English. Now, to introduce, we would like to welcome, please, Engineer Badr Al-Mulla, Head of Strategic Planning Section at Dubai Municipality. Many fans for Badr Al-Mulla. And Dr. Muhammad Ali, Future Foresight Expert at Dubai Municipality as well. Please welcome them on stage. Thank you.
صباح الخير. حاولت اقنع ونعمل فايرسايد شات واحنا واقفين بس قال لا خلينا نجلس. فالنهارده المفروض احنا مقررين نتكلم عن تقرير البلديه الاستباقيه اللي تم اطلاقه في قمه مدن اسيا، ولكن غيرنا راينا وهنبدا نتكلم عن ازاي ناخد قرارات استراتيجيه بناء على الويك سيجنالز. فاستعدوا لان جلستنا تفاعليه هيكون فيها اشياء نحتاج رأيكم فيها. أنا هسأل المهندس بدر أسئلة جدا صعبة، إزاي القائد الحكومي الاستراتيجي يقدر ياخد قرار بين تحديات جدا تكون محيرة ومعضلات مهمة للعمل الحكومي، ثم نشوف رأي المهندس بدر فيها، وبعد كده نفتح نقاش مع الجمهور ونختاركم أنتم تبدأوا تتفاعلوا معنا في الأسئلة اللي هتطلع على الشاشة.
شكرا الدكتور محمد، يعطيك العافية. يمكن قبل لا نبدأ حبيت أحط الجمهور في سياق هذا التقرير. هذا التقرير ما كان مجرد تقرير داخلي لبلدية دبي، بل هو مخرج فكري تم إطلاقه من قبل سعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي في قمة مدن آسيا والمحيط الهادي في منتدى رؤساء بلديات العالم. يمكن هذا التقرير نحن شاركنا مع أكثر من 150 عمدة مدينة يمثلون 350 مدينة حول العالم. فقبل لا نبدأ السيشن ممكن تخبرنا الدكتور محمد شو هي الإشارات، كيف تعرفها كخبير في استشراف المستقبل؟
يمكن الإشارات اللي احنا بندور عليها في البلدية هي بتكون عبارة عن إنذارات أو فرص مستقبلية بنبحث عنها من الآن، ونبدأ نشوف إزاي نقدر ناخد قراراتنا ونستعد في خطتنا الاستراتيجية بناء عليها. يعني مثال التغير المناخي اللي كل العالم وكل الدول متأثرة به في الثمانينات كان إشارة ضعيفة. الدول اللي بدأت تنتبه للتغير المناخي وبدأت تاخد قرارات بناء عليها أصبحت جاهزة الآن وأصبح لديها استعداد أكبر من الدول الأخرى، وبالتالي نفس القصة. خلونا النهاردة نشوف أكبر تحدي معانا إزاي نوازن بين الاستجابة الفورية والاستعداد الاستراتيجي. دعونا نشارك الجمهور في السؤال الأول. هنعرض عليكم 3 ملاحظات كلها تبدو تقنية، ونشوف أي إشارة مستقبلية أنتوا هتختاروها، ونشوف تعليق المهندس بدر عليها. اعملوا سكان للكيو آر.
كلكم سووا كيو آر. كيو آر.
السؤال: أي من هذه الملاحظات اللي قدامكم بتعتبروها إشارة مستقبلية حقيقية؟ اختاروا A, B, C. اوكي. طبعا فيهم واحدة صح وفيهم واحدة غلط. اوكي. interesting. Very interesting. اوكي.
ماشيين صح، كملوا.
لا بيوجهكم غلط، ها؟ بتسمعوش الكلام. مهندس بدر، شو تعليقك؟
فعلا أنا أشوف الأغلبية جاوبوا صح. هي إشارة الدرونز، هي فعلا تعتبر إشارة، لكن باقي الخيارات ممكن تعتبر تحديات حالية أو تقنيات حالية بالإمكان تطبيقها واستغلالها.
بس ده بيضع معضلة كبيرة قدام القائد الاستراتيجي. يعني الدرونز بتحتاج طرق في السماء وتحتاج تشريعات للضوضاء والأمان للجمهور، وده يقودنا لمعضلة الحاضر أم المستقبل مهندس بدر؟
صحيح، نحن لازم نوازن بين الحاضر والمستقبل، لازم نلتفت للحاضر كتحديات وننظر لها، وكذلك المستقبل، لأن أنت في إمارة دبي دائما طموح قيادة الإمارة وتوقعات سكان دبي وزوارها دائما مرتفعة، فأنت لازم تمشي بنفس الوتيرة في تطوير الوضع الحالي بالإضافة إلى تطلعاتك للمستقبل وتجهيزك للمستقبل.
مهندس بدر، لو انتقلنا لتحدي الأولويات، وده موضوع جدا مهم، كشخص أشتغل في استشراف المستقبل أشوف أن في إشارة قيمة الأراضي الحضرية أصبحت أغلى من إحنا نضيعها على السطح. تقريرنا بتاع البلدية الاستباقية طرح فكرة المراكز الخدمية اللي موجودة تحت الأرض، ونشوف إن إحنا لازم نستثمر فيها من الآن. طيب، هل ننقل الخدمات اللوجستية والتبريد تحت الأرض وده يحرر أراضي جديدة على السطح وممكن تصبح حدائق عامة، فرص اقتصادية جديدة، وده الاستثمار الاستباقي؟ فشو رأيك في هذه الرؤية مهندس بدر؟
هذا النوع من القرارات دائما نحن يواجهنا في الحكومة أو متخذين القرار بالأخص. هل نتخذ قرار يعالج الوضع الحالي ويلبي المتطلبات الحالية، ولا ننظر للمستقبل ونشوف الحالة المثلى أو towards perfection؟ يعني أعطيك مثال على هذه الجزئية بالتحديد. إذا أنا عندي نفس الموارد من موارد بشرية أو موارد مالية، وتوقعات سكان وزوار مدينة دبي دائما يطمحون للحصول على الأفضل اليوم وليس الغد، فهل بنفس الموارد هذه أخصصها لتنفيذ 10 حدائق عادية يتم تنفيذها في وقت قصير، أو أن نبني حديقة مثالية تكون مخدومة بأنفاق تحتوي على خدمات تحت هذه الحدائق لكن يتم تنفيذها بعد 7 سنوات وفيها كلفة عالية؟ فهذا قرار استراتيجي، هل نتوجه إلى الحاضر أو المستقبل؟ قبل لا نروح للسؤال الجمهور أنا بجاوب، بس جوابي ما بيكون ضمن الخيارات فعادي. أنا من رأيي حسب وجهة نظري نحن في إمارة دبي لازم ننظر للوضعين، لصناعة الحاضر وصناعة المستقبل كذلك. فبيكون قراري أني أبني مجموعة من الحدائق حالياً يتم تنفيذها في وقت قصير يلبي احتياجات المجتمع، وكذلك أبني حدائق مثالية تكون مخدومة بأنظمة متطورة للمستقبل.
هذا رد توازن بين. نشوف رأي الجمهور، افتحوا لنا الQR نشوف رأي الجمهور. لو عندك ميزانية محدودة كيف توزع تركيزك الاستراتيجي؟ التركيز الأكبر هيكون على الحاضر، 70% للحاضر 30% للمستقبل، أم التركيز الأكبر على المستقبل 30% للحاضر و70% للمستقبل؟ مهندس بدر قال التوازن. نحتاج منكم إجابة واحدة بين أصعب اختيارين بتمر ما بين فرق استشراف المستقبل والفرق التخطيط والقرارات الاستراتيجية اليومية. الجمهور عنده رأي مخالف عن رأيك مهندس بدر. تركيز
في توازن.
في توازن بين الإجابتين. شكرا على هذه الإجابة. بصراحة يعني أنا أشوف هذا تحدي جدا كبير، مش سهل. مهندس بدر، تقرير البلدية الاستباقية ذكر إشارة واقعية، ورصدنا أن الأكشاك الخدمية في بعض الأماكن غير مستخدمة، لأن الناس يفضلون التحدث مع شخص، عايزين يشوفوا شخص. من كلنا جرب هذه التجربة. كشخص أعمل في استشراف المستقبل أشوف أن الناس بتبحث عن الطمأنينة الإنسانية وليس الكفاءة فقط. كيف تبرر كقائد استراتيجي خطة التحول الرقمي الكامل إذا كانت الإشارات بتقول لنا أن الناس عايزة شيء تاني؟
هو صحيح دكتور محمد أن التكنولوجيا المتقدمة تحسن من الكفاءة والفعالية، وهي ممكن نطبقها في عملنا، لكن إذا ما حققت طمأنينة الناس فهذا التصميم فاشل للعمل أو تطبيقات فاشلة. إن وجدت التكنولوجيا مش بس لأنها تخفف من أخطاء البشرية أو تعزز الكفاءة والفعالية، لكن لتحقق طمأنينة الناس. يمكن هذه تأكد على كلمة سعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي يوم أمس، يوم قال دورنا نحن في الحكومة أن نحقق طمأنينة الناس من خلال الزيارات التفتيشية وغيرها من المهام اللي نقوم بها نحن كبلدية دبي. فأنا حسب وجهة نظري دكتور أن التكنولوجيا سرها في توظيفها، فإذا وظفناها بالطريقة الصحيحة أتوقع أنها ممكن ترجع بالفائدة على المجتمع. لأن في النهاية لو تسمح لي التكنولوجيا مش هدف، هي وسيلة لوصولنا للهدف الأسمى.
إذن ليست كفاءة مقابل إنسانية، بل كفاءة إنسانية. خلونا نشوف رأي الجمهور مع السؤال في تصميم الخدمات المستقبلية. تشوفون شو هي الأولوية القصوى؟ الكفاءة الرقمية، ننجز الخدمة في 30 ثانية عبر التطبيق، ولا الطمأنينة الإنسانية، ننجز الخدمة في 5 دقائق مع موظف بشري؟ وخلونا نشوف إجاباتكم في هذا السؤال الصعب. الناس عايزة الكفاءة أكثر، عايزين تتعاملوا مع الروبوتات، مش عايزين بشر. بس يعني 75% مش عايزين بشر.
شكلهم تعبوا من بعض.
صح. شكرا مهندس بدر، وشكرا لتصويت الجمهور. جوهر تقريرنا البلدية الاستباقية هو أن المستقبل لا يتنبأ به بل يمارس يوميا، وهذا هو جوهر استشراف المستقبل.
طبعا في الختام دكتور اسمح لي أني أدعو الحضور أنهم يشاركون بلدية دبي في صناعة مستقبل المدينة. الخدمة اللي أطلقها سعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي المهندس مروان بن غليطة اللي هو مرصد دبي المجتمعي، اليوم نحن فتحنا المجال لكل سكان دبي وزوارها أنهم يرصدون الإشارات المستقبلية اللي يشوفونها ويعطونها لبلدية دبي وتشتغل على أساسها. فاليوم صناعة مستقبل المدينة هو من قبل زوار وسكان هذه المدينة.
شكرا مهندس بدر، أنتم ترصدون ونحن نستشرف، ومعا نصنع مستقبل أفضل لإمارة دبي. شكرا لحضوركم. شكرا. اعملوا سكان للباركودز الموجوده قدامكم. واحد بيتكلم عن بشارككم مباشره على الخدمه اللي تم اطلاقها امس من قبل سعاده مدير عام بلديه دبي، والكيو ار الاخر بيتكلم عن البرو اكتيف مونسيباليتي، التقرير اللي تم اطلاقه في قمه مدن اسيا. شكرا جميعا.
Thank you, Badr Mohammed, for that insightful, interactive discussion. I took part as well. It was very fun. Thank you. Now, we have some more interesting discussions coming up. Our next panel explores how architecture transforms the urban landscape. Please welcome our moderator, May Barber, creative strategist and educator, and our panelists, Christos Passas, director at Zaha Hadid Architects, Ilsam Park, partner and architect at Foster & Partners, Peter Stevenson, co-MD and at Omniat, and Kevin Mitchell, professor of architecture at the American University of Sharjah. Please welcome all of them on stage. Let's enjoy this session. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is May Barber, and it's my pleasure to be here at Urban Future Week to moderate this session on architecture's role in urban transformation. In this session, we are exploring how architecture can serve as an active driver of urban change, shaping the way we live, we move, and we connect within our cities. And Dubai provides a compelling context for this conversation. And few cities, in fact, have evolved as rapidly, or we can argue even as ambitiously, as the city of Dubai in its built environment. And moving forward, of course, the momentum is there, the growth is there, but the city's focus has shifted from expansion into integration. And here, architecture becomes a key force in guiding how this evolution translates into meaningful urban experiences. To unpack this discussion, I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished panelists, Christos Passas, Director at Zaha Hadid Architects, Ilsam Park, Partner at Foster & Partners, Peter Stephenson, Co-Managing Director at Omniat, and Kevin Mitchell, Professor of Architecture at the American University of Sharjah. I will start with you, Christos, and I would like to start from the role of creativity. So in a rapidly growing city like Dubai, how can creativity meaningfully disrupt the rigidity of urban systems and generate new forms of spatial value?
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a great question. Creativity is essentially the key driver in everything that we do. And I think maintaining a playful and discovery demeanor in everything we do, I think is very important, because we should never fall back into the certainty of what we know, but we should always be interested to explore, to fail sometimes, and through these sort of failures, to maintain a purposeful intentionality in the way we want to bring in new values and new, let's say, elements in our city. So I believe a city should be, in a way, free as a result of that creativity. I think it should allow future generations to be able to continue and to form their environment, and to not try to over-control what we know today, with what we know today, what the future will be. I think a little bit of open-ended sort of play is very important.
I like this notion of meaningful and purposeful play. And I would like to move from a view of an architect to the view of a developer. And we have you, Peter, with us today. So at Omniat, we know that design sits at the heart of your development philosophy. And your ambition is to create buildings and destinations that evoke emotional experiences. My question is, what are some of the key challenges that you face in maintaining the design integrity of this philosophy while also balancing commercial objectives?
Thanks, May. Good morning, everyone, still. At Omniat, we are really focused on a design-led outcome. And, the personal experience is at the core of the outcome. We're a developer primarily of residential, hospitality, and office outcomes. And the heart of those uses are, of course, the personal outcome. So going to your question about the development challenges that we have, the reality is that as long as we have our North Star, our creative focus, our outcome focus, human-centric focus, we can drive through the development process. There's many stakeholders from the creative side with us today, but also with the authorities, and then ultimately our end users, our customers, and the public that will come and share those spaces. So ensuring that we have our North Star and our focus at Omniat, our philosophy is the art of elevation. So we're always looking to drive improvement, drive elevation in the experience for all the stakeholders that will come to our final properties, our masterpieces that we like to call them. It's a challenging along the way when you have a strong drive to have such a elevated, creative, ambitious outcome. And there's many people along the way that want to say it would be easier to veer this way, it would cost less to veer this way, permitting-wise it would be easier to veer this way. But ultimately for Omniat we see real value being created in the design-led outcome. We see real value when you get that emotional response from the public and the end user. Something that they're very proud of, something that is memorable, and that's what we're striving to achieve always with Omnia.
Great, and I think we will be talking a little bit more about some of your upcoming projects that animate those experiences a little further. Ilsam, not too far from here, I must say, sits the ICD Brookfield Place, and I believe you all know this fantastic architectural landmark. And it's a great example of pushing the boundaries of the building's envelope and the building's relationship with its urban context. With this building, you have created a new layer of connectivity, via the new pedestrian link between Al-Mustaqbal Street and the promenade. My question is, what are the key design decisions that enabled you to transform the role of the building from a standalone architectural landmark into an active participant in the public realm?
Thank you for your question, May. And everyone, nice to meet you. Sabah al-khair. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I see the Brookfield Place is one of the good examples that showcase how the connectivity really changes how the architecture can be perceived by people. So it started all the way from the inception of the project. So the project brief that was given to us from the client was best in class. So that was not
That's
even
always in the brief in Dubai.
always in the brief, but that was really serious because it wasn't even best in Dubai, but best in class. So we had to really make sure that whatever we design, not only having this cultural value, because I believe architecture always have this value of sculpture, how it perceived from outside, but also very importantly, what kind of space is created within it and how it actually benefits people who are using it. So from the inception, we started looking at how the site is located within the context. So the name of the street used to be Happiness Street, then it's Al Saada Street, then now it's Mustaqbal Street, which is the future, which is amazing. So that road is interesting. Coming from Dubai Mall, it kind of curves in front of our site. So it makes the site as a kind of focal point. So one of the key decisions that we made in the beginning was, what if we continue that movement from Al Saada Street at the time through the plot and create that as a public space. So we ended up calling that space as the gallery. That's the, it's interestingly located within the site, 45-degree rotated public thoroughfare, which is about more than 10 meters wide actually. That just goes through the site, connecting Mustaqbal Street and the backbone of the DIFC as well. And then that informed the way the tower sits. So tower doesn't follow the grid of DIFC. It's 45-degree rotated because of that thoroughfare. And then that also informed the way the podium sits within the project where the Arts Club is located. And then between the tower and the podium is the Summer Garden, which is the image that you see on the screen, which is at the heart, that's where the heart of the project actually resides. And when you say I see the Brookfield Place, that Summer Garden is the place actually. So interestingly, in a way, we designed the void space first, which is used by public, and then we design everything else around it. So that's one of the key decisions we made. Another thing I want to add is, so if you compare tower and podium, tower is more than 10 times of the podium itself in terms of its floor area. But when we had the design team, we had more than 20 people. The team for podium and team for tower were almost the same size. That kind of reflected our emphasis on how the podium has to function. It's not just about how the building looks like. It's really about how the movement of layers of movement is all laid out and converges onto Summer Garden that promotes all the connectivity and how the space is actually used. I was super excited actually to see Summer Garden used as a Dubai Eye radio station just last week. And then there are so many different events and performances and then after-work parties, and then those things really going on in Summer Garden really reflects how flexible that space is, which really excites me as an architect.
No, indeed, and I must say this particular space has become such an iconic feature of the building, and it's activated always with fantastic programming and lineup of events, so we're always on the lookout for this. And on the note of this tension between the interior and the exterior, Kevin, you have written about the changing nature of the facade in architecture in the Gulf, and focusing, of course, on the transition between exterior and interior as a spatial, as a formal, but also as a socio-cultural condition. And you have recently completed a co-edited book. It's titled The Future of Gulf Housing, which was recently launched at Dubai Design Week. And I would like to ask you about the potential of the facade as a mediator between the individual work of architecture and the urban context around it.
Good. Thank you, May. Being an academic, I have to engage in a little bit of historical context and some critique. So I think that two things that I would say relevant to this is a tendency that we've seen in the Gulf throughout the introduction, courtesy of the modern movement, of a progressive thinning of the facade from something very thick, if we think about Al-Fahidi and a facade that is this thick, to the facades we see around us that are this thin. And then the second would be the exterior as surface rather than space. So if we look at the first, the thinning facade, and perhaps what's been gained, but also what's been lost. I think what's been lost is perhaps we could think about, in the past, facade as climate mediator, that now is being challenged in many buildings that we see. There's also the experiential question, what it means to move inside to outside, what those distinctions between public and private mean. Let's say from the experiential, we go into Al-Fahidi and we walk into a building. When have we entered? This question of outside and inside becomes blurred, and then we have another conception of the relationship between architecture and the urban. And now, I would say, the revolving door perhaps is not as rich experientially. And we don't have that mediation between that interior and exterior condition. The second is, let's say, exterior surface rather than space. How we treat that exterior surface, especially in harsh climates, and the tendency to treat that as two-dimensional surface rather than three-dimensional space. And I always refer to to Dan Kiley. He's an American landscape architect. I would describe Kiley as a Baroque soul and a modernist mind. And Kiley has a very interesting project at the Art Institute of Chicago, the South Garden, in which he uses hawthorn trees as a ceiling for an exterior space. And it really is thinking about not the exterior as surface, but the exterior as that additional space, as climate mediator. And when we look back also to the, let's say, the Persian garden, the garden that was adapted across the Islamic world, it's not about surface, it's about space. And I think looking back at that past can give us some perhaps clues to the way in which we can approach the future.
It's fantastic, actually, to reflect on the facade, not as a boundary, but actually as a mediator. So thank you for that, Kevin. One of the key words that we heard today, and of course, it's one of perhaps not only the disruptors, but the enablers of this evolution of architecture's role, is technology. And Christos, I know that at Zaha Hadid Architects, technology from advanced computation to AI is integral to your design process. And I'd like to ask you, how do you see these technological tools reshaping architectural role within the urban landscape and perhaps expanding the boundaries of creative expression?
Well, I think technology has been our instrument since the beginning of time. And in a way, technology is nothing else but our ability to understand the laws of nature, the laws of universe, and to instrumentalize those for human purposes. We're reaching now a threshold in human evolution where I believe that we need to be keen to employ technology to understand nature better and to use ecological, ethical, or what I call bioethics, the ethics of life, to be able to find fruitful balances between the self-referential high-tech, the mathematical notions, with the bioethical notions. And I think this museum here is also an excellent example of that. And to be more specific, I think we are now, as one of my teachers, the late Mark Cousins at the AA used to say, we have become managers of this planet. And this planet, which Buckminster Fuller used to call Spaceship Earth, that is our only home. And I think, some of us may want to go and live in Mars. Good luck to them, I say. But I say that the bigger challenge is how to make planet Earth a better place to live. And I think we have every opportunity to use technology to make the better moves, to improve the way that we have been doing things. And when it comes to the realm of, let's say, digital computation, the use of AI to be able to harness and to understand, more importantly, large and vast amounts of data, to understand the underlying conditions that drive some of our decisions. I think it's important to get to the point where we have sufficient, let's say, intellectual and creative expertise to be able to make the right decisions when it comes to especially to the urban environment, but also to the countryside environment, because I think these two things are now beginning to be, let's say, synergetic factors in the way that we live in the world. So the desert, as much as the city, are flip sides of the same coin. And in environments like this, in Europe, the environment is slightly different. In the steppes of Siberia, it's slightly different, but always the natural environment is the thing that we have to continuously strive to understand what it's doing. We should not think that through our technology it is impossible to deal with those factors. And I think that's where it becomes important.
Indeed. So harnessing technology and AI to solve problems, but while remaining guided by sustainability principles, something that we also heard in His Excellency's keynote this morning as well. I would like to move to the notion of from technology to humans, so something we heard as well in the Fireside chat earlier. And I would like to talk about the power of collaborations. And Ilsam, I know in our conversation earlier, you described the collaborators on an architectural project. So whether architects, engineers, developers, etc., you describe them as an orchestra, and of course you position the architect naturally as the conductor of this. Maybe we can have an argument about that. In the light of your projects, and maybe we can shed light on the Lana Dorchester collection, as we have Peter as well with us. What does it take for this orchestra to play with harmony? So what does it take to enact an effective sense of collaborative vision to really translate that into urban and spatial outcomes?
Thank you for the question. And that's my favorite analogy. Architect as a musician, really. So yes, architect compose piece of music, and the music has to be played. Otherwise, it's just a few lines on a piece of paper. It doesn't really mean much. It has to be played. So when that architect becomes a conductor, talking to people, and then collaborate and then coordinate things, make things happen, and that's when architecture becomes more meaningful, I believe. So that's Lana Dorchester image that you see on the screen. So that was really, really interesting journey with Omnia. So I have Peter sitting next to me. I don't know if you remember, in the beginning of this project, it was fully residential building. So we designed a building that is fully residential, and there were lots of small units in there. Now, one day, Omnia team came to us saying, there's a good news. We have made an agreement with Dorchester Hotel that one part of the building will be hotel, while the other part will remain residential. So that was exciting news, because Dorchester is a world-leading hospitality brand that's coming into the project, but also it gave us huge challenges, because it is not about just changing the name. You had to do the whole planning again. And then there was really, really interesting journey with Omnia coordinating and then negotiating what is possible and what is not possible. In terms of that change, actually, it gave interesting headache to the structure engineer as well, because hotel has to have a ballroom, and by nature, ballroom doesn't like having columns coming through into the room. So as you can see, this building has lots of vertical columns coming down, and where the ballroom was located, we had to find a way to avoid a column coming through the ballroom space. So we ended up cranking the column, transferring the load. So now that became the almost like iconic image of the project, but there was a reason behind it, thanks to Omnia's decision. So that had to be changed later on to accommodate these requests. But that was all collaboration between engineers structurally and the MEP engineers, making sure everything is seamlessly integrated. Facade engineers, of course, we had to make sure that all the sunlight is not directly hitting the facade to reduce the solar gain, and so on and so forth. So that was a very interesting journey from the beginning. It took more than 10 years actually to get the building built, thanks to all the design changes. But as a conductor of an orchestra, that was a very, very rewarding and interesting journey together.
Actually, if we cascade this notion of collaboration on a larger scale, then we get to the concept of the negotiable city that we heard from Sahil's keynote earlier this morning. So a city that is collaborative and is responsive, and it's great that you've highlighted an example of a building that reflects a collective vision. I would like to conclude with a couple of questions that are more future forward. And in fact, we're sitting in the perfect setting because this is a museum of the future. Peter, I know that one of your upcoming projects that you have recently announced is Illumina Towers, which will be sitting at the entrance of Business Bay. How would you envision this project to be contributing to the city's urban fabric and elevating the human experience?
Thanks, May. So we're incredibly fortunate to have come across these two sites at really a gateway site either side of the entrance to Business Bay, right on the Red Line Metro. And indeed, these two towers will sit either side of the Golden Line, which crosses the Red Line at a perpendicular angle. So this will really be a King's Cross, if you like, a real transport node in the city. So our approach was to be very true to this wonderful gateway site and bring some truly inspirational design. We've got a twin tower project there, one at 250 metres, one at 380 metres, principally grade A office, best in class. We really looked at such an important site, how to bring in the public realm, and right at a transport node like this, the public realm is critical. And with grade A office, there is a lot of population, daytime population in the building. So taking those public realm spaces and those places to congregate, and then bringing them up and through the building as well, so that there's more than just a ground plane that is part of a collaborative and human experience for the occupiers of the building. So we're very pleased that we can contribute to the public realm, but also contribute to the skyline with such landmark architecture on a beautiful site. And we hope that, I don't like to use the word, but we hope that in the future people will believe that they're lovely, iconic towers at the gateway to Business Bay.
Great, and we're looking forward to this. I would like to conclude with you, Kevin. And in fact, we're very fortunate to have multi-stakeholders present in this panel. So we have the architects, the developer, and the educator. And it's very much the stakeholders that we need in order to build future cities. And the future architects that will be shaping the city of Dubai and beyond are actually in the classrooms, and maybe in your classroom as well, Kevin. You have been a professor of architecture for over 25 years at the American University of Sharjah. Fantastic contribution throughout the years. And I have a small confession to make, because I have had the privilege of being a student of architecture, and you have been my professor. We're not going to reveal how many years ago that was, so for all time's sake. but I have been privileged to have you and your students as well. And I would like to ask you about how do you approach the relationship between architecture and concept as you are teaching, and perhaps have you noticed any change in the way students of architecture are considering or thinking about urban context?
Yeah, I think that what's heartening is I think there's a much greater awareness of the student today of this notion of context and what it means to be part of a place and to act in a place. So I think that that's heartening. I think then the responsibility becomes equipping students with those critical tools. And they relate to some of the things we've talked about today, how to extend architecture beyond the individual building into the public realm, the notion of ethics, and taking an ethical position relative to the work that they're doing. And I think part of this, and it relates to a comment that Sam made about the role of other disciplines, and both taking a leadership role and demonstrating the degree of empathy that's necessary to act in a collective setting. One of the things we recently did, I advocated with my colleagues because I'm very uncomfortable with the kind of strict disciplinary splits. So we recently moved to having architecture and interior design students together early in their career, and they don't work on an architecture project, they don't work on an interior design project, they work on a project of landscape. And it's to give an introduction to the fact that, yes, I very much appreciate the value that individual disciplines bring, but I think the way in which education can reframe questions by an empathetic approach to other disciplines, and the critical key is questions, not answers. Because I think there are demands in one's professional life to provide answers. Education should provide the space for questions that are critical about both today and in the future.
I think we have some fantastic key takeaways from today's session, from ethical technology to collaborative urbanism to the evolving role of education and new educational models in approaching architecture, and of course development of cities with users in mind. Thank you very much for your insightful remarks, and a big thank you as well to our audience, and I wish you a great and impactful rest of the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. Fun fact also, my sister is at AUS studying architecture right now. So I sent a picture of Kevin Mitchell to her. I assume she knows him. Anyways, fun fact. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next panel titled The Future of Urban Storytelling, Making Sustainability Desirable. Please welcome our moderator, who will be Alzena Luta, architect and designer, and our panelists will be Marjan Faridouni, Chief HR Officer and Chief of Education and Culture at Expo City, Ila Colombo, AI Creative Researcher, Artist and CEO at Diond, and Dr. Martina Mazzarello, Global Lead at MIT Sensible Lab. Please welcome all of them on stage. After that, we will have a break, so stay tuned. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today at the Urban Future Week. My name is Alzena Luta. I'm an architect and designer, and I will be moderating the session titled The Future of Urban Storytelling, Making Sustainability Desirable. This session is more than just about sustainability as a policy or a checklist. It's about how creativity, design, and emerging technologies can transform sustainability into something human, emotive, and deeply desirable. A story that shapes how we live in and experience our cities. We often talk about sustainability in terms of responsibility, but what happens when it becomes an experience people aspire to be part of? That's what we'll be exploring today during this panel through the lens of 3 remarkable perspectives that bridge education, innovation, and research. I would like to begin by introducing Marjan Faraidouni. She's the Chief HR Officer and the Chief of Education and Culture at Expo City. Marjan's work bridges storytelling, culture, and human connection. As Chief Experience Officer at Expo 2020 Dubai, she led the creation of immersive exhibitions and visitors' experiences that brought complex ideas to life. Today, as Chief of Education and Culture, she leads efforts to embed learning, creativity, and purpose across the city, transforming Terra into a living lab for urban resilience and regenerative design. Next up, we have Ella Colombo, is a creative director, design strategist, and AI creative researcher. She's also the co-founder and CEO of Denode, an advanced design and architecture practice pioneering AI-driven development, design, and automation, and design systems for the built environment. Ella's AI research includes a collaboration with Google DeepMind, exploring hybrid intelligence in design and material innovation. She sits on the board of advisory at the American University of Dubai and has contributed to the Dubai Future Foundation's report on the impact of AI on the creative industries. She is also a frequent international speaker and a member of the RIBA. Ella advocates for a new paradigm of symbiotic collaboration between human creativity and artificial intelligence and augmented collective cognition. And last but not least, Dr. Martina Mazzarello. She is the senior postdoctoral researcher at MIT Sensible City Lab, where she leads Sensible global lab initiatives in cities such as Dubai, Rio de Janeiro, Seoul, and Amsterdam. Thank you all for being here with us today. And I would like to begin our panel with a question that connects all of your efforts together. And of course, each of you connects creativity, sustainability through different lenses. And that's through education and research and innovation in your respective fields. How do you transform sustainability from a technical or a policy idea into something that people can truly feel or become part of? Yeah, I'll begin with Marta.
So for my experience at Expo 2020, one of our key challenges was how do you talk about sustainability to everyone? Not only like people in this room, people like families and children. So the challenge was grand, and we needed to get everybody to understand the impact of climate change on everyone's lives. So therefore, we created a space, and this is right behind me, Terra. It's the Sustainability Center at Expo City Dubai, and it plays a role of educating and inspiring everyone about what sustainability means to them. We took the notion of if you understand what sustainability is, you will care and you will take action and want to make a difference. So the approach we took to designing this place, which could have been a museum, but we look at it as an experiential place in the way the building was designed, so you can get inspired by the building which produces its own energy and water. But we also applied storytelling techniques to get people to really not only think with their minds, but with their hearts. So we applied the way you write a story. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has a protagonist and it has a villain. And you go through this and you start a journey where you're looking at nature and being wondrous about it. But then you realize that something's not right in this image, because we took a daring approach to get to talk about how the impact of climate change has been to people's lives, but we end it with hope and inspiration. And so we took a storytelling technique to resonate with everyone. And one of the proudest indicators we have about people who experience our exhibition is that more than 90% of people who come out of the exhibition feel that they have a role to play when it comes to climate change, and that they want to change their behavior, which is essentially what we want. So our role is really to start from the beginning. How do we get people to care? And how could what we are talking about today really matter to them? So that's the approach that we've taken at Expo.
That's quite really inspiring. And I think now we can tackle more about the creative and the kind of actually delving into what Ella you do as a creative.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, touching upon sustainability and what my colleague just explained, I think, first of all, sustainability is a problem of the developed world. Just to give it into perspective and context, places like the rural areas and anything that has a lot of nature, they have sustainability intrinsically as a cultural part of intelligence and cultural intelligence. So part of our work is repatterning and changing the paradigm around what sustainability means. It has a lot to do with also design thinking, systemic thinking, identity disconnection, and moral exclusivity. Like, it is only a problem if we see ourselves and we continue to see ourselves as detached from nature. It's very interesting to come after architects, we said this before, because we've been designing urbanization as in destroying nature and the habitat of our planet, building with concretes and then bringing nature back, when it should be the other way around. So part of what we're doing right now is how do we change the ideological perspective from very young age, and how do we change the way we perceive ourselves? To give you an example, these are some of the screens that we're doing. We design AI system and prediction modeling that have wild corridors embedded in the ecosystem and the intelligence of the ecosystem. So it's not about designing for nature, it's designing with nature. How we can make green corridors as part of the vision, how we can make wildlife as part of the system. But from an educational perspective, it's really about feeling connected. So the storytelling is very powerful for feeling this empathy that we haven't been growing towards the natural system. We're a planetary world, and everything is holistically, complexly interconnected. And we need to start thinking that way instead of having an afterthought of how do we save nature. Another little example, I'm sure all of you know 2020 as the year of COVID. But 2020 is most importantly as the year where global human-made mass surpassed that of biomass. That means anything we bring into the world as synthetic, artificially, or production-based is now quantified as in magnitude of order more than that of anything that is a living organism. And that's why it's scary, because every year we bring into the planet 30 gigatons of materials that do not decompose. It's beautiful. We just looked at Norman Foster's AHA and you name it, those beautiful projects, but Portland cement is one of the most destructive, polluting materials on Earth. Why are we not rethinking the materials? Why are we not rethinking not just the design of something and the beauty of something, but we need to create something from a material science perspective, and that's where the work we do stands and basically activates.
And I think this also links to what Martina does quite a lot, because she's driven by research and data. So Martina, you can share with us a few of your insights when it comes to this topic.
Absolutely, I actually agree with my colleagues here. So sometimes it's difficult to even make the concept of sustainability more grounded, because sometimes people don't understand it. So probably when we talk about storytelling in this sense, it's more about how to make it closer to everyone's daily routine, everyone's daily life. So at the MIT Sensible City Lab, with our global network of labs, we have a lab here in Dubai with Dubai Future Foundation, and we use a lot science and technology. Sometimes it's hard when it's about science. Storytelling is something that is very hard to deliver a strong message. But our role is sometimes to try to use technology and data to make sure that invisible dynamics can become visible. Invisible dynamics, talking practically, meaning like heat problems, like air quality or other issues in the city, and have people feeling that as a problem. So trying also to become part of the solution and proposing stuff. With the lab here, we work on the topic of heat, and of course, we cannot say that we will make a walking experience effortless, but we can try to have other ways in which we have people suggesting new ways of living under the heat. Just observing them, just observing the adaptation that is happening all the time in extreme climate, for example, and try to have them creating their personal stories that help us to create and suggest possible solutions.
I think that's quite great because that links to the next question I'm going to ask Marjan, is more about the how is Expo 2020 from your perspective use cultural and education experiences to make sustainability tangible and aspirational for the public? And how do you see that with cities like Dubai, for example, when it comes to the storytelling aspect that anchors around sustainability?
Okay, we do it in two ways. Of course, I'm going to specifically talk, if I can get my slides up, I will speak specifically about Terra, which is a center of sustainability within Expo City. We consider it a living lab, and it has the responsibility to inspire. I don't like using so much the word educate, because I believe in inspiration where you touch the heart to really change people's mind. But it's also considered to be a living lab where we want to showcase beautiful programs that are nature-based or nature-based solutions that could be scalable. So if I just look at some, and I want to say that even though we use a lot of elements of theater in the way that we tell our stories inside our building, they're based on very solid science frameworks such as the planetary boundaries framework. So you could be walking through our wadis and learning about the history of where this place used to be 7 million years ago. But you will be playing games that are nature and environment related. So for example, these are games that are inspired by fairgrounds. So like you think you're winning, but you're not because you're exceeding boundaries of heat and ozone depletion. So it's a way of learning that we apply. We try to inspire by taking you under the forest and under the ocean. But I want to also touch on the second side of what we do, and that's bringing to our grounds things that we have forgotten. We've spoken about this in the morning. We've disconnected to nature, so we want to reconnect. We've introduced a wadi that is an exact replica of a wadi in Hatta. We have fish in them. We want to show people that nature is beautiful and you can be part of it. We also brought back goats, which have a very huge cultural symbolism in our community, to say that they can also help us with trimming our landscapes. But also it's about telling stories about our past. We do a lot of engagement with young people. I'm very passionate about that. The same way that we have panels with ourselves today, we try to replicate the same thing with young people. So we have a Majlis. I would think that next year I'd like to propose to have a next-gen Majlis session here at the Urban Week to listen to young people, because what they say is really remarkable. We don't give them enough credit. So these are examples of what we do at Expo, but specifically at Terra, to make nature loved again. And we are for let's design with nature and not instead of it, and let's not wreck it, because nature-based solutions are far more powerful perhaps than a lot of technologies that we're using today.
Thank you, Marjan. It's absolutely inspiring to see the connection between what we say as aspirational, as inspiring the public, and how we can connect to our culture again. I'd like to next jump to Ella and delve more into your experience when it comes to merging technology and AI to evoke empathy and curiosity towards environmental and cultural change.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the business of making and creating new innovative solutions and bringing them into the real world. So a lot of the work that we do requires horizontal collaboration with different partners. To give an example, what you're seeing here is a green building, is just an inspirational visual, but we are actively now designing new facades, cladding, that are made with nature. So what that means, we collaborate with an entity that comes from a material science perspective, and a digital fabrication perspective. They created a totally new biomaterial that comes from silica and minerals, and we combine it with living organisms, as in the biological plants, to create new cladding facades. So part of the work that we do is in the making, the creation, and the solutions, of course, but changing the way we perceive beauty and luxury. So a lot of the problems that we have in the discourse around sustainability is that we're used to urban environment that is highly sterile. It's beautiful to see Terra with the stream and the real wilderness, but this is part of the job we need to do in again, changing the aspirational beauty of what we aspire to live in the context. So that's an example. Other work that we do is in the hydroponics field, in designing parks or even projects that consider the growth factors and the biodiversity factors of the species. We just ran a program using artificial intelligence, for example, to better distribute the species of plants used in this particular park in Abu Dhabi, and making sure that the park is self-resilient. So this is another thing. We have not even scratched the surface of what nature can achieve the moment you really understand it. The way you have, for example, the Amazonian rainforest. I'm from Brazil, I'm Italian-Brazilian. The trees are designed and grow in a particular manner and pattern because they are helping each other. So that you have the higher canopy helping the lower canopy and so on. And they work with natural water networks in the soil and so on and so forth. So it's really about bringing this holistic sensitivity and holistic interdependence and codependence between all of the parts involved, and making sure that it's not being only dreamt about and envisioned on a research point of view, but is also made and deployed. So a lot of the work that we do also requires, of course, collaborating and talking with the stakeholders. You know, you need to talk with the municipality, you need to talk with the real estate developer. How are you making sexy a material that maybe is not as good looking and shiny as marble, but it has carbon sequestration, and it's much more performative, and it's much more future objective in terms of, again, bringing nature back and making sure that nature survives as much as we do. And we forget that climate resilience is naturally intrinsic of biological intelligence. Nature is the most resilient, it's the most intelligent form of life we've known so far. So it would be silly for us to keep bringing synthetic materials into the world. Another example is, of course, looking at enzymes and proteins, an example of how AI can be used. We just finished a collaboration with Google DeepMind for designing, but Google DeepMind is also the creator behind AlphaFold. AlphaFold is the way of synthesizing and envision evolutionary proteins and the making of new proteins. Why is this enormously important? Because now we can create proteins that biodigest plastic, to give you an example, and we can put them into the oceans and we get rid of plastic. But we also can envision new proteins that can create synthetic photosynthetic processing and maybe help carbon sequestration, oxygen in the air, and so on and so forth. So the future of the urban environment is just as much a future of new materials and new design thinking in that way.
I mean, that's quite interesting and inspiring to see, because we often forget these important topics that we need to focus on, recycling, sustainability, all that sort of stuff. So that goes back to, I think, what Martina also does at MIT. Martina, how can technology, and we've seen this with Ella's work as well, but with MIT Sensible initiative that you're working on, how can technology and design together bring people to emotionally connect to their choices? And how do we kind of make sure that we're aligned to a better future as well?
Yes, so we were talking about urban storytelling in general. So technology can measure an impact, but actually, so design maybe sometimes it's helpful to make them feeling it. So I was actually mentioning about a project that we are doing, we just finished in Dubai, that is called Cooling Path. And then so when you think about make make people routine embedded in a problem like heat in this case. So we thought about what if we can, just using technology and AI, detect features in the street and try to understand what is the shortest path that is already available, we know, from several like algorithm and technology, but also what is the shadiest path, what is the coolest path. That sometimes can be indoor, can be outdoor, can be thanks to the shade provided by trees. And so in this way, so people can actually see actually what should be their new daily routine in this sense. Or we have another project that is called Clean Walks, where actually we use technology to detect sidewalks, and not only in terms of where there is sidewalks or not, but also to detect objects real time in the street. Can be temporary objects like waste. So, and if you think about then, people can walk around, and actually with Clean Walks, we ask people to crowdsource their short videos to upload in the system, and that the algorithm detect automatically so the features, and create a real-time mapping. Because sometimes even to being able to feel and observe what is happening, if you have a sort of real-time feedback, that's also something that help people to contribute to make cities like healthier, safer, greener, and this is a way to, again, to come back to them telling their story, and then to see themselves what's their action and what's the result of his action.
I mean, that's, involving people, I think it's getting people on ground and having them give you the results and the tallies to be able to collect that data, which is great. I'd like to bring you all to like the final question and reflection on the future, as we're here all in the Museum of the Future. And the question I'd like to propose is, if Dubai were to position itself as a storytelling capital for sustainable futures, and through each of your lenses, what story would you each wanted to tell to the world? And we can start with Marjan if...
I can't get the image that His Excellency Khalfan had in the morning about what the future could look like. And I have to say that I would love to complement that with an image that shows communities, with an image that reminds us of us being a people and a country that came from a place that needed to be sustainable in the way that we live. I'd love to bring back our local species. I'd love to see our wind towers and our courtyards. So I would want to complement that image that was very futuristic, and I want to ground it with who we are and in honor of the place that we're part of and the heritage that we that got us to where we are today. So that's the image that I see.
That's amazing. I mean, Expo is becoming that somehow. We're seeing it through Tara. I mean, of course, you can let us know
Yes,
as
I
well
hope
how
we can be
you're
a role
visioning it with
model.
Expo
Yes.
2020.
We're trying to do that at Expo, but specifically at Terra, we're trying to remind ourselves that there is strength in what we have today, and that nature can teach us a lot.
It's amazing. And we can jump to Ella.
Yeah, of course, I'm living in Dubai as a foreigner, so I'm only an observer of the culture, and there's many things that I get to discover that I fall in love with. I think Dubai is a unique position. We're used to, again, what I was saying before, destroy the natural environment for urbanization, cutting the forest, cutting the green, pushing wildlife away, and then building our cities. Well, Dubai has shown us that if you have a vision and starting from virtually nothing, you can bring beauty of a different kind. And I'm interested in that. I'm interested in the energy and the willpower that has outcome adversity like beyond belief. So I think Dubai and the sustainability I would love to see coming out of these cities is a success stories that can become a framework for the world. I mean, let's face it, many places around the world are going to face the same temperatures, but Dubai has those temperatures right now, today. So if they can show us that you can build the cities, you can bring nature back, you can bioengineer new species of the biolife and rewild a future here where the soil is sand and you have 50 degrees outside, it means anyone else can. And that just gives us hope. Not just in terms of extraterrestrial hope and space programs, which are equally interesting and pushing technology forward, but also planetary Earth kind of success stories.
We're very excited to see how you contribute to that as well. So, Martina, and I think we can end with you and your final thoughts on this.
Actually, you were talking about weather, and remind me a quote that that is about a British author that is saying, "There is not such a bad weather, only unsuitable clothes." So I prefer to maybe think as instead of clothes, maybe design. And so maybe what if we turn the perspective and basically we see the limitation. So we see the weather or the heat not as just a limitation, but as a power to innovate and create something new. So maybe the story should be more adaptation through intelligence in that sense. And so using the city as a sensor to understand some dynamics. And basically think about Dubai as a laboratory for the future. So if other cities worldwide will become very hot in some point, we're talking about Paris that in 2050 will become will reach like a 50 degrees. So what if Dubai is a test laboratory for solution that everyone will need in the future? And intelligence and the adaptation can play this role. So, and of course, I mean, I like the fact that we all see Dubai greener, and we actually, it's part of our research agenda to try to understand how through technology we can even see nature as a machine for cooling, but also see how we should change the perspective of energy demand on water consumption, even about trees, because we all want Dubai greener, but there are many issues related to that. But better to dream first about the greener Dubai.
Let us become dreamers and execute it and try to find a way and collaborate. And this is all about collaboration because education, innovation, and research come hand in hand, and we can see it through your works, which is quite incredible. Thank you, Marjan, Ella, and Martina for today's insightful panel. I think it was great sharing your perspectives and reminding us that it's more than just a framework that we are working towards, but actually a living story that we all want to contribute to. I would like to thank our audience for being part of this dialogue, and let's continue to shape spaces, systems, and stories that make sustainability not just achievable, but human. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Urban Future Week, or welcome myself back. How's everybody feeling? Good? So we are about to go for a short break now, and we'll be back for the final part of the day. It's going to be a more exciting session, so please stay tuned. The coffee break is now for you, so 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, people of Urban Future Week, we will be starting our session very soon, so please make your way and take your seats as our next exciting sessions are going to resume. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. We will now be starting our sessions for the Urban Future Week. Welcome back, day 2. Thank you for being here. And thank you to our past panelists for amazing discussions that we had today. Now, we will start our next session titled, actually, before I mention the name of the session, I want to announce the moderator whose name is Inzamam Rashid, Senior Correspondent at Monocle Magazine, and our panelist, Majid Al-Mansouri, Executive Director of the Museum of the Future, and Dr. Amira Reem Al-Hashimi, General Manager of M_39, and Natasha Kerala, Director of Dubai Design Week, where they will discuss how communities shape urban features through design. Please welcome all of them on stage and give them a warm round of applause. Let's go. Yes.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here at the Urban Future Week on day 2. What a stellar cast it has been over the last couple of days. I'm going to introduce my panel very shortly. Just a bit about me, not that anyone really cares, but I'll tell you anyway. My name is Inzamam Rashid. I'm Monocle's Gulf correspondent. At Monocle, we cover cities not as backdrops, but as living, really, breathing ecosystems, places where architecture, policy, and community shape one another. And few cities in the world really illustrate that interplay like Dubai, a city constantly reimagining what urban life can mean. And today's session, Communities by Design, will be asking a deceptively simple question, I think. What does it mean to build with community and not just for it? And so I think we'll look at this as Dubai accelerates into its next chapter of growth. There's a renewed awareness that great design is not only about being bold or having bold architecture or data-driven planning, but about how people feel in those spaces. That's hugely important. Belonging, identity, inclusion, these are now critical to the future of cities as infrastructure or innovation. So this conversation will explore how designers, policymakers, cultural leaders here as well can work together. So let me introduce them. Joining me today are three voices who sit at the very intersection of those elements that I just mentioned. Majid Al-Mansouri, first to the far of my left there. He's the executive director at this stunning venue that we are in over the couple of days, the Museum of the Future, which has become a landmark and both a symbol and statement for where Dubai is headed. Dr. Al-Amira Reem Al-Hashmi, General Manager at M39. She's a leader at the nexus of architecture, research and innovation as well. And I hope you don't mind me saying this, but probably a very, very tired Natasha Corella after a very successful week of Dubai Design Week. She is, of course, the director of Dubai Design Week, championing the creative and cultural dialogue that defines this city's design DNA. Thank you all so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you on the stage. I want to jump straight in and ask a bit about when we talk about communities by design. Are we talking about designing spaces or designing the relationships and systems that make those spaces come alive? Reem, I'll start with you if I may.
Hello. Thank you, first of all, for having me. You know, I always reflect on this question. There was a geographer, Yufu Tuan. He says, a space becomes a place when it's endowed with meaning. And I really feel that when, you know, we're kind of doing a little bit of both, right? Like we're designing the spaces, but we're also creating the conditions for people to connect, for people to engage with one another, for the rhythms, for the rituals. So really, I feel that, to answer your question maybe, we're designing to create meaning or to shape meaning somehow.
Majid, to you, you know, Dubai has kind of been called as, you know, both the city of the future and the city of ambition. And you do a lot of that work based out of the Museum of the Future. How do we ensure that rapid progress doesn't kind of outspace that sense of belonging and identity that Dubai deserves to have?
Thank you for the question, but first of all, I don't want to say it's good to be here because I think I have home advantage. But it's definitely great to be in this panel with all of you and to really talk about what urban future, or what is the future of urban design and urban development. To answer your question, I think there is a secret sauce as to designing communities and making sure that these communities can succeed with the different, let's say, diversity of when it comes to different people. Dubai is, I think, the first city that has potentially figured this out. One is because you know, it's not primarily the majority of the people are not, let's say, UAE nationals, so it has more than 200 nationalities all living under the same roof, all following a certain, let's say, way of living. And that has been done by design. whether it's how you design the communities, how the lawmakers are designing the laws, but also how the city is growing. And when the city is growing, you really take a look into different, I'd say, what are the different sectors of the community that you need to create in order for that city to thrive. I like to say you can design a space, but it's very hard to design a community. You can design the environment that allows that community to flourish. The museum is a very good example. You know, before the museum existed, this was a parking lot. And there was a huge debate of where the museum will stand, where can we build the museum, and there was like, okay, we need to create a, find a barren space of land outside of Dubai and really create that park. But then His Highness had a vision. He said, I want this to be at the center of the city, close to where the decision making. Why? Because decision making related to the future happens right across this bridge at Emirates Towers. And it's about discussing and working on the different policies, but also having the ability to come and see it come into place. One very good analogy, and I think maybe not really talking about people, but how a sense of how we created a habitat when it comes to the museum. So as we were building the museum, and I was part of the project at that time, the first thing that finished was the green mound that you see in the at the kind of the base of the museum. And a week later, there were different, let's say, different bees, different insects, different animals that started calling the museum's mound as home. So now we actually have honey that is cultivated from the museum. And why did that happen? It's because we didn't do that by design. It just happened to be that this was the right place where these animals and insects called this home. And I think that's what, you take that on a macro scale, this is how you really design a city. What does the city need, and how can we make sure that we're creating all these within close proximity, within, and having for the right age groups, for the right even group of people that are living around that.
Natasha, I'd love to get your thoughts, and also just picking up on what Majid just mentioned there. This was a car park, it was a barren piece of land, and then lo and behold, this beautiful piece of architecture, this beautifully designed building was set up here. How important is design when we talk about communities, when we talk about building around, a masterpiece like this, and, design contributing to people's everyday life and the way we live?
So, first of all, this is a kind of a community as well. I've known Majid for over 20 years, and when I was first at Art Dubai Group, and we've always been thinking about the creative community. And Dr. Alamir is our jury member as well for Urban Commissions, and it's really exciting because we do this as a job, but we also are trying to kind of create those moments that we can bring people together. And I think what was really fascinating, because it was the year of community, and at Dubai Design Week, we really tried to reflect on that. And also it made me quite hopeful, because I'm 42 years old, and there was a lot of young practitioners who were asking the right sort of questions about community and representation. One of our sort of commissions this year was called Urban Commissions, and it looked at the courtyard. And it was really interesting. It was by a young architectural studio, Abdullah and Omar, called Some Kind of Practice. And they looked at the Hoosh, the Emirati courtyard, as a starting point, because it was not developed in the sense that there was a courtyard and you built around it. These were sort of kind of intimate but public infrastructure that happened because homes were being built by families, and then they needed that kind of internal space in which they could connect. And it was a reflection on how, I think, with some sort of idea of modernization, we started building villas with tall walls. We started to become a little bit more distant from our neighbors and not know them as well. It was this idea of like, how can we return, and how can space become a place in which humans can interact together? And I think what was also really interesting was the micro communities that come out of necessity. because obviously there's space by design, but also through connection. And these could be things like book clubs. There's something called the Karama Arts Club, who was part of Dubai Design Week, and these are all freelancers who, you know, they work from 9 to 5 alone, but needed to find a community. And so I think it kind of works in tandem. There's people who are creating these communities, but also they're looking to see how systems of design can help to maintain and create those connections as a social connector.
It's so interesting because I was there at Dubai Design Week and saw the Urban Commission's winner, the courtyard that was built there. And what got me thinking, and you can answer this, is can those kind of temporary installations that have basically, you know, won awards and they were on display throughout this whole week, or kind of creative festival sparks that we saw throughout Design Week, can they create kind of genuine policy and planning change, and can we see those come to fruition?
Absolutely. I mean, it is temporary, but it doesn't mean it's fleeting. If anything, a lot of the installations that were sort of presented at Dubai Design Week are almost civic R&D, I would say. It's moments for people to experiment, to prototype. And a lot of these installations, you see them in face value from maybe an aesthetic perspective or as a physical outcome, but a lot of it has a sort of research and development behind it and proposing new ways of thinking or making. So one of them is, for example, urban commissions, as I mentioned, but what I find really fascinating is, for example, there's 10 new materials that have been invented here in the UAE looking at indigenous materials. And Dubai Design Week becomes a space in which they can prototype and show and kind of show tangible evidence of how these can be used to make and to build, whether that's product design or more from an architectural infrastructure too. And at the festival, all we are really is a moment in the calendar in which everyone from like the regional, local and international community, whether that's academics, cultural institutions, firms, can come together and exchange these ideas. And what we've seen is a lot of kind of conversations that start there or culminate there, then continue on to things which are a little bit more tangible.
Dr. Reem, I'd love to come to you because there's no denying that you're a thinker and you've been thinking for probably your whole life, thinking in depth for your whole life.
Maybe overthinking sometimes.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. But I want you to give us an idea of how can design-led thinking, which is obviously what you're a master at, be embedded kind of earlier in policy making to shape communities more holistically?
I believe design-led thinking, it brings in the element of imagination and empathy to policy making. I think it has the potential to shift the question that we're asking from what are we building to what kind of human experience are we enabling? So, you know, we start to think about how spaces make us feel. And I think in architecture, we talk a lot about form follows function. But what if form followed feeling? What if we are designing for deeper human connection? What if we're designing for the nourishment of the human spirit, right? And then we embed that early on, and then it allows us to bring in the different voices into the policy conversations. So you're bringing in the mothers, the women, the grandfathers, the cultural practitioners, the entrepreneurs, alongside the planners and the architects. And I know that, we're talking about this like it's, you're designing with the community, not for them at that point. And there's this idea that it's a co-creation. And for me, I think about this and I'm like, okay, this feels like a very romanticized notion, like co-creation, let's, build the city together. But I'm a sucker for romance, so, let's stay hopeful. But this really, I feel when we do this, it allows us to bring, to shape policies that are sorry, there's this fly on my face. Speaking of bees, and I think, yeah.
visiting. So it allows for policies to be shaped, and to be informed by the human experience right at the get-go.
So it's that idea of an ecosystem that and kind of from the bottom going up to the top in terms of community involvement in design-led projects. And I guess that brings me on to you, Majid, with the sunlight shining through the beautiful Islamic calligraphy of the museum on you there. You look poised for a question. The Museum of the Future isn't just an architectural icon, I think it's fair to say. It's now pretty much known as a civic one. How do you kind of see institutions like this shaping not just narratives, but also actual communities around it?
To answer this question, I think it's worth going back into why the museum started and how it started, and how did it actually contribute to actual change, and then how it led us to where we are today. So, I mean, the museum really started as a pop-up exhibition at the World Government Summit almost 12 years ago. And at that time, it was a challenge, and the challenge was, how can we show what the future is? We would sit here and I would talk about what the future here in a panel like this, but then it's very hard for people to imagine what that is. So the team worked together into creating kind of a visual immersive experience of what a potential, let's say, cabinet of the future would look like. That was the first experience that was created. And by cabinet, I mean an actual ministerial cabinet for the UAE. And in that time, and that was in 2014, there was a showcase of a minister specifically designated for artificial intelligence. And what that did is, when the decision makers and the policy makers and His Highness including were visiting this, they got inspired about that. And behold, 4 years later, they appointed the first Minister of Artificial Intelligence in the world. And the link between that is, we like to believe that we might have inspired, even if it was at 5%, the decision makers to think of that as a mere possibility. And that's what I think the museum is really about, is to get people to imagine something that might sound today very unreachable, but is rooted in science, is rooted in facts, and getting people to experience it and then want to leave the museum with a sense of action into making that happen.
And that's the point about the museum, isn't it? That this isn't just a tourist site. It isn't something that you just drive past and look, I know that's the Museum of the Future, it looks great in the skyline. But actually, like what we're doing today, this is also a home for many serious conversations that come out of this place and also involve the community considerably as well. How important is that it is this environment to foster those community conversations that better this city that we all live in?
We like to think of the museum as a lab and not just a showcase. And as a lab, you're continuously experimenting, you're continuously trying new things, you're having conversations with the right people in order to understand where we are moving. I think we have a big responsibility at the Museum of the Future to help showcase, but at the same time to be the seed that that influences, let's say, policy decisions, that influences projects, that influences many things that are that could change the face of not just Dubai, but on a global scale. For example, the Great Arab Minds is an initiative that is hosted in the Museum of the Future, and it's His Highness's vision is to award the leading Arab scientists that are not just in the Arab world, but also across the globe, because it's they call it the migration of in Arabic, هجرة العقول, or the migration of brains. How can we bring them back And His Highness chose to award them here at the Museum of the Future because it's not just it's a monument that is about bringing a community together, bringing the people not just from Dubai but also from this region. And that's precisely why the facade that you see on the outside is in Arabic. There are 3 quotes by His Highness, but His Highness was very specific that it has to be in Arabic. Why? Because we in this region, we in this city, need to have a voice in the future. It's not just coming from the West or the East. No, we have people come here and they're astonished by the things that they are seeing, and they're coming from leading cities from around the world. And we want Dubai to be home to them, whether you're coming from Shanghai, from New York, from Mumbai, wherever it is. Dubai is home to people from all around the world. And that is what makes it special, I think.
If you see us moving our microphones, because we're swatting away a couple of flies, and I think that's because Majid has got some very nice perfume on today, so it's clearly very attracted to that. Moving on from that point to you, Dr. Reem, if I may, you know, Dubai is a city which has brought many people in from around the world to contribute to what the community of Dubai is today. But it's still fair to say in what is quite a transient city, what does belonging actually mean in practice here?
Oh gosh, this word belonging. You know, when I think about it, I mean, I love the topic. I've studied it extensively and went into many philosophical rabbit holes thinking about it. When I think of the word, I relate it to other ideas like place attachment, place identity, sense of place, and really they're all words that I believe describe our emotional connection to a place. There's a thinker, I guess, a geographer. He once described this or referred to this outside and inside continuum. His name's Edward Relf, where it's like the degree to which someone feels like they're part of a place. And he describes this existential insideness as this deep sense of feeling like you're at home, or that this place that you're in is an extension of who you are. Which I've really always admired this idea. And historically, cities have, their identities have been so distinct because they were, they grew from local patterns, local materials, etc. And globalization, obviously, blurred this. And to counter that, we've seen sort of this hunger for identity almost. And sometimes I would say even almost like it starts to be like a selling of this identity through like curated heritage or branded culture. And then we risk this, when we talk about progress, there's always this sort of this feeling like, oh, we are risking or we're at danger of losing this deep human attachment. But I think that they don't necessarily, like belonging and progress, I don't believe they need to be at odds. I think that they could very much evolve together if we're building with care. I was reading this other book, sorry, I read a lot. I'm reading this guy and that guy said, I'm reading this book, it's called The Inner Marriage. And it talks about us as individuals, how each of us have a masculine and a feminine energy within us. And it also talks about relationships as an entity also having a masculine and a feminine energy. And I sort of extend that towards cities as well. When you look at a city, I'll get back to Dubai, I know I haven't gotten there yet, but when I look at a city, I also would place that on those energies on a city. Like cities have a masculine and a feminine energy. So if you look at the masculine energy is the energy of that builds those structures, the towers, the roads, the systems, and it places value on things like efficiency or speed of growth or ambition. And then the feminine aspect, the feminine energy, is the one that sort of ensures the softer layers, the connection, the belonging, the intuition, the safety, and all those kinds of feelings. So I feel that cities, they need to have this balance. In order to feel whole. So this yang of ambition or progress with the yin of belonging. And Dubai, I'll sum up very fast. Dubai, I think, it's fascinating to think about it because it is a transient city. Yes, it is global. But I think it becomes less about identity being something permanent, but more about connection. So going back to what I was saying earlier, designing spaces where people, no matter how long they spend in Dubai, they feel connected to the space because they feel that they are connecting with themselves as individuals, with each other, and with the land beneath their feet.
What I would say about Dubai, and I'd love you to come back very briefly on this if I may, is that Dubai has built that identity of being bigger, faster, better, the first in the world. It's really built that identity over the last few years. Do you see that changing now? Do you see a lot more thinking happening, particularly when it comes to urbanization, when it comes to thinking about how we can build better communities in this city? A quick answer.
I mean, absolutely. Just sitting here is a testament to that, just bringing people together to actually explore these ideas and to contemplate and reflect on them, I think is telling enough.
We've got a couple of minutes before we wrap up, but Natasha, I want to come to you and you can add your thought and then answer my question if I may. Coming back to that global idea, how do you balance kind of global design, which we saw on exhibition on stage so much at Dubai Design Week, those global design trends, with also kind of nurturing local identity and craftsmanship to ensure that that's pretty much embedded in our communities as well? And please respond.
First of all, I need to know what books you're reading. Now I have some time. No, but I think also this idea of identity is, you're right, it's so much more multifaceted. We all have different identities as individuals, depending on who we're engaging with, the context, as a mother, as somebody who works, as somebody with my friends. And I see this also happening with design practitioners as well. Till today, there is a frustration because there is a sort of flattening of the region and the larger Arab world, and I still get those questions today. And so we use this platform as a privilege to kind of showcase the nuance of the design language. You can't compare Kuwait to Bahrain, let alone across like the regions of Saudi. And so obviously design is there as a tool of innovation and problem solving, but it really becomes an opportunity for representation and community representation. And we see that informing a lot of these younger practitioners in the sense of urgency and the privilege that they feel they have in being able to tell these stories or these hidden narratives as representation, but then also as a tool for understanding or including sort of communities that may have been a little bit left out of the sort of modern world. And we see this, for example, there was one architect, an young Iraqi architect who's working with the Arab community, the marshlands in the south of Iraq, who work with reeds. And whilst they can't physically be at Dubai Design Week, she collaborated with them to make sure that their voice was heard, but then also to create livelihoods, because whilst there are communities that can't be physically present at sort of these spaces, how can we create moments for them to be represented, but also to sell, because obviously commerce is very important in these aspects when it comes to livelihood. So I think going back to also what you said about globalization, it's a good thing, but everything becomes homogenized to a certain extent. I mean, we've seen it. The last few years after COVID have been very beige, and we're seeing the trend, if I had to look at it very sort of binary, is going back to maximalism. But craftsmanship is something that allows for something a little bit more, it's like designing with meaning. It connects generations, and not necessarily from a nostalgic perspective, but something which is tangible, which is handmade. I think we're all craving that right now in a space which is very production and tech driven, and we're seeing that sort of globally as well as here. And we see that play out in the festival and across people's practices.
Is that something you're actively seeing? You know, in this world of where we talk about tech so much, we talk about AI as well, but kind of handmade craftsmanship, even, you know, thought process of being kind of, you know, handmade and not letting a machine make a decision for you. Is that something that you're seeing a revival of?
100%. It feels almost like a human act of resistance that people are having against this sort of tech-driven world, which has its place and has its meaning and its necessity. But I think it's just about how we're trying to remain sort of human-centered in all of it.
I feel like I could talk to these three panelists all day, and I also feel like you guys wouldn't get bored. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Yeah, I got a thumbs up there, but a fascinating conversation nonetheless, and I'm sure they'll be willing to speak to some of you after this. What we say at Monocle is good cities aren't just well designed, they're well loved. And I think what these three panelists have shown today is that Dubai has proven that, and has still got a lot to prove in that in the years to come. So thank you so much. A big round of applause for Majid, Dr. Reem and Natasha.
Thank you to our panelists for that insightful dialogue. We now come to highlight a remarkable initiative, the unveiling of Hoi Dubai. Please welcome our moderator, Daria Jones, Principal Lead Landscape Architect, and our panelists, Abdulaziz Al-Jazairi, Deputy CEO of Dubai Future Foundation, and Badr Anouhi, CEO of Public Facility Agency at Dubai Municipality. Give them a warm round of applause. Please welcome them on page. Thank you. Test it.
Simple story. You know, when you build something, it's easier to talk about than something that wasn't built. That's why I was looking for the presentation. But the question will come out of what the project actually is.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Urban Future Week. I'm Daria Jones, landscape architect and placemaking expert, and I have a great honor to moderate today's talk with our prominent guest. I would like to start with a warm welcome to Badr Anouhi, CEO Public Facility Agency Dubai Municipality, and Abdulaziz Al-Jazairi, Deputy CEO of Dubai Future Foundation. Welcome. So today we will be discussing the Hoi Dubai project, developed jointly by Dubai Municipality and the Dubai Future Foundation, and currently in the production and fabrication stage. This initiative, launched under the guidance of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed as a part of Year of Community, aims to reimagine neighborhood public spaces, creating places that brings community together and reflect the essence of Emirati social life. So, very interesting, exciting project. I know very close to your heart as well. And I feel very, very honored to be able to have a discussion with you today. So to start, I was thinking about if you could share the origin story of Hoi and how does this project captures and celebrate the essence of Emirati social life?
Well, thank you very much. I think the way we pronounce it, it's Hoi Dubai, for everyone to know. The Hoi is basically an Arabic word for a place where you can play, where you can enjoy, where you can spend your time. So Hoi Dubai is technically it's another park, but I will explain what it is exactly. But I want to take you through a journey and to the history actually, where everything started. Let's talk about the general public parks in Dubai and how the whole thing started. In a place like a climate in Dubai where the desert is dominant and the temperature is too high, whenever anybody thinks about a park, he always thinks about or she thinks about a place to plant. So it started as environmental solution where we start making it green. Then we realized that it's not a park, it's a nice garden to spend time in. Then the next era started where we thought of economics and how to commercialize the area. We started with the kiosk, restaurants and everything, and still it did not pick up the way it's supposed to be. Then another decade came, we said, okay, well-being is something good, so let's make it a place where people, they go for the gym or for running or jogging, and started building the jogging track. It was good hype for a while, then it did not pick up again. So then the commercial, the social part came where families started doing some activities, but it wasn't sustainable. So we thought of a whole different strategy how to deal with the parks, and we came up with a new strategy which was updated, which was announced recently. But these are the fourth dimension that we try to do, but separately. But Hoi Dubai was, why don't we combine the four elements, the social, the environment, the commercial, everything together, and we added one more thing, which is the Emirati culture, to showcase all the nationalities who are living in Dubai, what are our real values. And the values goes to showcase these things and to live it as well. We are talking about neighborhoods where some families, they don't talk to each other, they don't mingle with each other, they don't find the right gathering. So we thought, what is it that we need to do to bring the Emirati families there? So the context is different. So if you look at Hoi Dubai, and I'm sure Mr. Abdulaziz will explain the details of how we gathered and how we designed, but it was very much Emirati concept where you have a bit of everything in one place.
Okay, so we have all those elements, and Hoi, from my understanding, means courtyard. And it also has this meaning of going back to the home, right? So how that design-wise has been developed and how those components that you just mentioned, they're married together.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Hoi, I think, it's not a new philosophy in a sense. It's us going back to our roots. It's us going back to what was really truly Emirati and how we gathered as a community, how we got to know each other, how we got to celebrate and so on. So we wanted to take everything back to that roots. But our approach and the work that we did with the Dubai municipality was really building on the idea of what do people really want? How can we design for people, with people, and how do we take that forward? So in designing the full program of what Hoi is, we really spent a lot of time researching with kids, researching with families, understanding and being in parks and seeing what parts of a park is used, what park is not. So a lot of the times I think we, instead of looking at all of the data, we looked at really at how humans react to things that we put them in. What are the places that they are reacting in? And we learned a lot. And we asked kids to design for us instead of for us designing for them, to really understand exactly what they wanted when we were doing this project. And I think there's a lot of interesting things, but there is a set of kind of insight that we believed. Number one was people really wanted safety. Although in a city that people know safety in, safety was key. It was number one. We thought and said, break down every wall that you saw, but people wanted these walls. They wanted to have that sense of safety, even in the safest city in the world. The other thing that Badr spoke about was the Emirati kind of heritage and kind of culture. People wanted to see that, wanted to be part of that as well, and wanted that to be celebrated. They didn't want a foreign type of design to be embedded in their neighborhoods. They wanted their own to be there. And I think the third, which is extremely important, Hoi had to become part of your daily routine. If it's not part of your daily routine, then it doesn't become something that you go to every day and every then. So I think the design element, it could look in any different way, but if you take these values into the system that you're designing, each Hoi will be different, each Hoi will serve its people very differently.
So in terms of Hoi becoming a part of the daily routine, obviously we had some conversations before about the circulation, accessibility and safety, as you mentioned. How those safe spaces are embedded and will be embedded into the city fabric. to make them accessible and available and becoming those daily routine, part of the daily routine processes.
Maybe just to start with, I think we started with one, and hopefully the plan as part of the strategy of Dubai municipality is to expand.
Yeah.
Hopefully every single person in the city has access to Hoi, a much closer place. But I think better than the work that they do, they have a much bigger strategy to bring this to life.
I think to add to this point, the location really matters. We are talking about a place which has a high density of Emirati neighborhoods are there, where the people are there. We are not talking, when we talk about a public park, we always think of the kids going there.
Yeah.
But in reality, we have different demography, different age group, different needs. If you ask every age group or a member there, they have something else. So one of the main selection was a park to be near to a mosque where the senior citizens are there. They are watching our kids. You don't need a security guard to watch our kids. This is how we were raised up, actually. When we were kids, we were playing, and someone, if there is a wrong behavior, they used to teach us. And this is what we want. We want the society always to be part of, we are one big family in the UAE at the end of the day. So we wanted to demonstrate the real values, the way we were brought up. We want our kids to learn all these things. Yes, we are a modern city. We are a city of the future. But our roots are going very deep into what are the real values of the Emiratis that we want to build.
So Hoi design of the Hoi will be reflected also through the elements that it will be linking into the Emirati heritage and culture.
Yes,
right?
it is designed, and the one thing that struck me actually when we asked the kids, what do you really need? One of them drew a fountain. We realized that none of our parks has water features. Why don't we do it for them? Of course, you will ask the teams, the technical teams, we shouldn't do it, it will have safety issues and everything. But how we can work it out, how to make it safe enough for the kids to play while we are doing. Although the complaint is not coming from the kids, by the way, with the water. It's the parents who always, they feel that their kids are getting sick or they're coming home with mud. We're saying, that's fine, that's okay. You can shower them before they walk in.
Yeah, and I think to go back to a lot of the research, one of the most interesting things we saw is over manicuring a park or a Hoi or whatever doesn't allow the kids to be free.
No.
So I think allow for people to kind of be messy. And I think that's what we've seen is kids a lot of the times in existing parks here and parks we've seen globally feel like the park is not theirs, as the park has to be felt and left pristine. So can you be part with every part, can you play in every part of the park had to be kind of something that we designed for.
So the Hoi essentially will allow for incidental play. Yes? Not everything is designed. There is a space for creativity. I love the fact that you mentioned about the kids being involved and stakeholder engagement when we use the proper wording. It's quite important and it can become a cornerstone for the successful urban project. So I would really like to hear more about those kids being involved, and not only kids. So what was the basis? What was the database that framed this project?
I think with every kind of project that we run, and we've been working very closely with Dubai municipalities, designing for people that will be using these services that we provide and these places that we design. Whether it's kids, whether it's the elderly, we're looking at people from 0 to 99. That's our kind of design ethos. We realize you design parks for children, you design parks for adults, you ignore women, you ignore teenager girls and so on. So we had to build systems to be able to design for all. I'll give you an interesting one. We once had to work on designing a park where most people did not speak the English language or the Arabic language. So we had to use pictures. We had to use different ways of doing research to be able to communicate with different people that will be using it. And to go back to kids, what kids want to do is to sit on the ground and draw. And if you ask them to imagine what a park is, they imagine things you never thought of.
It would be actually quite interesting to see the outcome. So did you do it through some kind of a workshops or inviting
Because of Dubai municipality's access, we were able to sit in every single park that Dubai municipality looks into, so design for kids at the parks. And tell them, do you like this, do you not like this? So even when we go back and design the elements that we want, we go back to check with the kids, is this something that they expect? So going to, with these sacrificial concepts, back to these children.
So unfinished design is one of the main ones.
It was easier actually. It's just pen and paper. Let them draw. Let them express their thinking, their imagination. It was a very simple process actually. Just
maybe
ask.
that should be our focus group moving forward.
It should be.
And I think just to add here is the biggest challenge was if you're designing a city of the future like Dubai is you're designing at scale. And sometimes you need to go back at the micro scale.
Exactly.
And I think what that allowed us is we realized all of these things that we thought were impossible were very easy. If you're asking kids what they wanted, it feels like a very normal behavior to do. But with a fast pace of life, you forget the basics.
You do. You mentioned about the wider city scale, so just want to understand how the Hoi design and spaces will fit into the wider strategies that are already being implemented with ultimate goals for the master planning and the government direction. How that's been captured?
In fact, we have designed the city, currently it is based on communities. So as I said, we start with the communities that has the dominant of UAE nationals, the national housing, and it has certain characteristics of the places that we want to develop and where to develop. The good thing about this project is we didn't see the appetite. I was shocked personally that we have people who are willing to invest from their own fund to build the Hoi everywhere. We said, hold on, we need to do a pilot project first. We need to learn. We want to see what exactly is happening there. Maybe we need to add here and there in few areas. Maybe in this Hoi, one of the new things, everybody's saying we want to start planting and start producing. So I said, okay, we'll have a greenhouse in this one, and one of the Emirati locals, ladies, well known into this business, and we said, just take this corner and activate it. It's up to you. So this is where, when it comes to selecting the locations. But as I said, there is a big appetite in the market. People want to spend. Even people in Hatta, they are saying, we want another one in Hatta. I said, hold on, let's see how it will work in the city. Then we can take it elsewhere.
Victims of your own success, almost, is getting that. So the project is right now at the production and fabrication stage. What are the lessons learned already that you're seeing apart from high demand for those spaces? Are there any challenges that you're facing in the process? Or maybe what are the biggest wins?
To be honest, I think Dubai Municipality and the partner of our partners across the city and the Future Foundation, we are used to these kind of fast-track projects. Believe it or not, this project started on ground actually 2 months ago, and it will be ready by 1st of January. So we are working day and night. They are working 24 hours, and for us, the challenge was how to make it smooth, safe, and activated. Because as I said, this is not just a park. We are bringing all other entities as well to be part of this, like the Community Development Authority. We are bringing Farjan, which is an entity who's looking after the neighborhoods. So everybody will activate a certain areas. It's just we are trying to build the right infrastructure for them, knowing their requirement, but the rest is another construction. We have a great team who are sitting here, I mean.
Yeah. Hello. It's a beautiful example of a collaboration between Dubai Municipality and the foundation as well. So can you tell us a little bit more about how it all started?
Personally, I like working with them and
likewise.
So we just I mean, I was telling him yesterday that we have lots of projects to come and few things that His Excellency Khalfan Bilhol was showing us today, and we want to continue many other projects and experiments. R&D is not something optional to do anymore. It should be part of any design. It is bottom-up approach. And you will not find someone who's better than Future Foundation to be our partners in this. Maybe the idea came from initiatives. They were looking and scanning the market. They heard a lot of things that's happening in the neighborhoods. They wanted to customize it for the locals. We were looking at a city level. We were too busy with the strategy and micro level. They want to, if you want to do an impact, it's not about the size that you are trying to do. So I like really about their methodology and the science behind it.
I think a lot of people maybe will be kind of confused why the Dubai Future Foundation is here and talking about parks. But I think when we realize that if you're designing a city where people want to see their future in, then it's a city about quality of life. It's a city about belonging. It's a city that's at the personal level. Can I walk my kids to a park in the morning? Do I take them? Do I feel safe in that city? So I think for us, the Dubai Future Foundation, a big chunk of the work that we do is not about technology and all of the things you're seeing. It's about really designing a city where people feel included, wanted, and they think and they believe they can thrive in that city. And Dubai Municipalities, their mandate is the closest mandate to every single part of society. So building kind of this relationship was a given for us.
I like also how clean delineation you have, that the foundation focuses on the data and getting the research and actually getting the essence, what it should be, where is the design direction, and then Dubai municipality mastered the execution of the whole process. So it seems like I know where you are coming with, that we are on track with the project, we are building it very fast, designing it very fast.
I think, we really like the methodology behind it, the science behind it. And we are not only implementing it for Hoi Dubai, honestly. We really like the methodology behind it, the science behind it, the research behind it. All these things can be applicable in different streams as well, not only in this part. And we have great people who are living the experience. So they are not building something new. They are living this challenge. And we also agree with when it comes to how to activate the public parks or facilities. So we have great minds here to tap on.
I think likewise. I think, Daria, what's interesting about this project is we all have families. We're all designing for ourselves. And I think we know exactly what we want. We can bounce ideas off with people, but in the end, it's a given of what kind of societies and families in the future want. And this is what we're building together here. And the Dubai municipality is bringing these ideas and the aspirations of people and children and so on to life.
And it's beautiful to hear that, that ability to listening and getting, because we were a part of one workshops with architects here, local mostly architects, and when we were talking about the future of Dubai and the future of open spaces, the first thing that came up, and it's the same with this conversation, is the safety. And everyone was going back to the memories that they had in the past, how safe they feel when they were kids. And that they want to bring that back, that they want to have that safe journey from home to school to work, and being able, especially in such a fast-paced lifestyle that we have right now, to have more and more time for the family, being able to walk to school with your kids and stop by at the spaces as Hoi.
Nostalgia is very important, but again, we also need to understand that we have a different audience. We have Generation Alpha, we have Generation, you name them. Every day there is a new, people are coming with different ideas. But it's not that we have to mandate and drive our experience by force. Rather, we take the good things out of it, especially the Emirati values that we keep repeating again and again, that this is how we want to go to the future. With these, we protect them with these values.
So from your perspective, looking into the future, which are the core values that you want to embed into the Hoi? And that came up from the workshops.
Of course, I think it's designing for people and with people, not on behalf of them, including them. That's number one. I think it's taking into consideration that you're designing for safety, you're designing for Emirati values that bring these kind of connection to life. And I think going back to what you said when it comes to nostalgia and so on, why this kind of project, if you look at every post on social media, you read the comments, and they had so many positive comments, because I think you hit them where it hurts. It's like to their memories, to their hearts, to what they want the most. And it was really, I think the impact we received, the positive messages we got because of this project, where we thought was just a small Hoi, and then we might build more and more, was much more impactful than a lot more bigger strategies that were announced at the city level.
What I like about it, that actually Hoi open spaces might also become sort of a project that can be recognized as a part of the tourist journey as well, to learn more about the culture and local customs. Is it something that you consider in the design process as well? Or is it purely focused on the local users?
I think the moment we have 100 Hois one day in the next years, I think people that want to understand the Emirati culture will definitely have access to that. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking about the future, we already know that the ambition and the demand is there. Is there any plan based on the pilot project? What are the next steps?
There will be a big announcement, to the location, and as I said, there are people who want to be part of it to fund the project. They want to be, especially in their neighborhood, so everybody is pushing his neighborhood before or her neighborhood before. And this is a nice competition, we really love it. But again, let's select the right location that will do the biggest impact. For us, it's not about who will have the Hoi first, rather which one is the most successful. And let's slow down on the learnings, because It might look nice in the first few months, but still it's not fully activated. So we want to create the first prototype that can be replicated and scalable based on the location, size-wise, content-wise. So this is the future.
And that will respond to the population as well, depends in which area. I must say that from my perspective, focusing on a placemaking, it's very, very interesting to listen. And the fact that the public is involved, the local communities, the traditional aspect into it, it sounds very, very exciting. But putting on side, I think that we touched base on the placemaking part of it. I wanted to ask about also the sustainability maybe concept a little bit, and about the planting, which you mentioned as well, and the materials and use of the materials. Are we going to the traditional materials when it comes to implementation? Are we using into more of the futuristic materials? How you are going to merge both words into something so prominent?
I think it is coming from the for the local market, and we try to source the local material as much as possible. For example, instead of using the normal typical woods, we are using the recycled material from the palm trees in some areas. We are not going with just from trees or plants that are from beautification. Rather, we are putting a real tree that has fruits, for example, orange or lemon or something that we used to experience when we were kids as well. So it has its own characteristics that are a little bit different. The materials are different, positioning is different. Like normally, you go to any park, there is a kids' corner where they are very far from their families.
Yeah.
But in this design, there is a coffee shop or a restaurant which is the glass is keeping the family that they can see their kids while they are playing. And the material we are trying to use to make it as organic as possible. We are trying to make it authentic Emirati as much as possible, not going with too much colorful stuff, rather something that fits the overall theme of the area.
I think just to add, is practicality and usage of the material kind of is our priority rather than how it looks. So we want things that are used, things that are going to be good for children, good for the community, good for the environment, that really impacts it positively.
I like the concept of the design that marries together all the group and enables them actually to spend time together rather than segregating the group, as many projects we can see right now happening everywhere. So that's very, very, very refreshing. And I like the marrying of the past and the future and use of the materials. And probably, considering that it's a pilot, you're going to have a very, very good testers, kids, yes, to test it if it's going to work. What I think that we touched base on majority of the points that we discussed that we wanted to share with the wider public. I'm not sure if there's anything from your side that you would like to highlight. I
think it's just to end this, working on this type of project, finding the right partner and building these things together has been an immense kind of fulfilling kind of experience. And I think what we did is rethink what we want for our society, for our people, and for ourselves. And I think hopefully Hoi does and delivers on that, and it connects the city even further, brings community together, kind of brings us back to our roots, at what makes us Emirati, what makes us human. Hopefully this is kind of our KPIs, I'd say, of how we think of the success of that Hoi going forward.
For me, I would say for everyone here, don't rush to go to Nad al-Shibab branch. You will have your very own park. Just wait for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria, Abdulaziz, and Badr for discussing the unveiling of such an incredible initiative. We can't wait. To close today's sessions, please welcome Majid Al-Mansouri, the Executive Director of the Museum of the Future, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon, friends. It's my privilege here to stand and bring these eventful 2 days into closing. I first want to start by thanking our partners, thanking our friends at Dubai Municipality for their support, for making this event happen, and for really working together into showcasing what the future of urbanism is in the city. I also want to thank the participants. I want to thank the speakers. I want to thank everybody that attended here in the past few days. And finally, without further ado, I'd like to thank the team that helped organize it, both from the Dubai municipality and the Museum of the Future. So a big round of applause to the team for that. We've heard many sessions over the past 2 days. Things, whether it was Her Excellency Dr. Amna al-Dhahak talking about the human-centric approach in designing cities, His Excellency Marwan bin Ghaleta talking about the shift between smart cities to predictive cities, His Excellency Khalfan Bilhol today talking about how Dubai as a city-wide is a lab, and ending that with showing how that lab is working together with the announcement of Hoi initiative. We all work here as a team, whether it's through the government. Our goal is to make sure that every part of the city is the best place to be for not just for visitors, not just for people that are living here, but also for the next generations. I have a 2-year-old son, and the question I ask myself is, how would this city look like for my son? And how would that city look like for my nephews and for my nieces? And that's the goal of everybody working in this, with these projects. To end, I'd like to please welcome His Excellency to the stage. We'd like to just say thank you with a very small gift that we can. والله تستاهل.
Thank you, Majid. Thank you, everybody. The second day of Urban Future Week has now come to an end. However, the future begins here. Thank you all for being a part of this event. Alongside the Museum of the Future and Dubai Municipality, it was my honor to be your MC and host. Thank you so much. We will be doing a group photo now. So, yeah, group photo.